Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. You know what that means? You know what time it is? It is time for Ace Attorney. Again, Yakuza's on break. We're doing another game in between Yakuza games. We're going back to our roots with Ace Attorney. Since I dropped the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, even though I went out of my way to mobily kind of do the first one, we know the second one for the first time. We beat case 1 last time. This guy was the president of Jangfa. He was a lion, but not really. Kind of a pushover. And there's definitely some, there's some plotting happening. There's definitely still an assassin after him. Shelly the Killer came back. Of all the characters to come back, I was not expecting Shelly the Killer selling ice cream of all things. The little logo on there, and I'm just like, why have a whole police force full of people? Nobody saw the Shelly the Killer logo and didn't think this is alarming and we should raise a flag. Ace Attorney logic, don't worry about it. It's totally fine. We're here for it. We got all of our puns, good times. We got our objections in. I'm ready. So. Here we go. The captive turnabout. Let's do it. We doing some seance-y kind of shit here? What are we doing? What's going on? We're in a prison, clearly. Murder in a prison? Oh! Isn't that, the guy we just put away? Knight or Rook, one of the two. I almost said Bishop. Okay, but what's with the ringing of the bells? That's very seance vibes. Dog? Oh, okay. We're defending the dog. I'm sure. Actually, we're not the defense attorney. We're just here doing investigations. We're Edgeworth. That's right. I don't have to worry about stupid shit like, am I defending a dog? Is the dog gonna be my client? No, we're not Phoenix. We don't have to worry about that shit. We're good. I need to pour myself some tea. I was like, it's done steeping. I should pour it. March 27th, 10:16 a.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Still no sign of them, huh? Yeah. How long do they intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure the guard will bring him in any second now. Are we perhaps looking to interrogate the dude and then we're gonna find out that he died? Is that where we're going with this? Killing of Bastion Rook. It's been 2 days since the incident at the park, and today we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight. Yeah, that's right, Knight. Rook and Knight. Who has been charged with a murder. The trial is due to start tomorrow, and I'm to be the prosecutor behind the bench. What's taking so long? You there, what's going on? I don't know, sir. What? Come on, man. I'll go and check. We've got a situation. It's not night. He's been killed. What? Killed? The detention center? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you waiting for? Right. Guard, take us to the scene of the crime at once. Yes, sir! Like, do I know these faces? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so. Though it didn't happen in the holding cells. But surely that was where he was being held? What's the holdup? The crime scene's this way! Where are you taking us? Doesn't this door lead to... Prison proper, yes. You mean those other cells aren't part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are the detention center's holding cells. That's where defendants are kept while they're awaiting trial. The area beyond this door serves a rather different purpose. Yeah, it's where the people who are convicted serve out their time. Suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. I've unlocked it, sir. Please follow me. Why was this dude down here? It's night, all right, but he's dead. Could this have happened? How did he wind up in the prison proper? Mysteries abound. March 27th, 10:32 a.m. Prison. Workshop. Is he doing a job? This is horrible! How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? I can hardly believe it myself, but there can be no doubting the evidence of our own eyes. And what's he doing here? I thought he was being held in the detention center, no? Was. He must have been. The trial hadn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. Only those who have been found guilty are sent to the prison proper. No way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wandered his way over? How? There was a big steel door and it was locked. Gumshoe, please, work with me here. The detention center and the prison are separated not only by two heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. Yep, that's it right here. Unless he snuck in this way. What's this room? We have office, holding cells, detention center, connecting corridor, prison cells. What is this? It would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. Map of the facility, including the detention center and prison proper. Suppose we'd better take a closer look at Knight's body. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully if we want to get to the bottom of this. I love the part where we just do nothing but talk to people for a while. That's why we have tea and water. Alright, here we go. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Talk about the prison. So, this is what the inside of a prison looks like. Good to know, good to know. Someone's highly motivated to learn today. You're just not on top of your game, Mr. Edgeworth. This stuff is important. Gotta be prepared for when the time comes. Which will never come for me, I must say. Still, I won't discourage you from finding out more. I need to gather a little more information myself. Then use my power of logic to piece it together. I have to show you everything. Look at my badge! That's a cool badge. Very severe. It should be. After all, it symbolizes both the sanctity and the strictness of the law. Yeah, well, my badge symbolizes, love, justice, peace, courage, duty, and compassion. And what about your beloved truth? I can look at it again? Sure. Badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law, and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. If we're not human on the inside like everyone else. It's so they know whose badge is whose. Hey, Hey, I'm a great thief. I totally sympathize. If you feel you gotta grab something, you should just go ahead and grab it, even if it's worthless. Doesn't seem to think much of my little treasure. Kay Faraday, a self-styled great thief and so-called second Yatagarasu, who's always looking to bag the greatest treasure of all. The truth. Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective from the local precinct, who's always first on the scene at any murder investigation. Bronco Knight, the victim. He was killed while being detained in the detention center's holding cells. His body was discovered in the prison proper. Yes, sir? Ah, the Gumshoe theme. How I've missed thee. Alright, let's talk about the victim. Arrested for murder on the afternoon of the 25th and killed on the morning of the 27th. Talk about instant karma. Never would have thought our perp would turn into a victim himself, though. Yes, I don't like this at all. You don't think it was that ice cream guy, do you, sir? Knight had seen his face, right? Maybe couldn't afford to let him live. We all saw his face. We would all be in trouble. Shelley the killer, you mean? No, if this were his doing, he would surely have left a calling card. Besides, Knight isn't the only one who knows what he looks like. We do too. Yup. Oh yeah, and I guess we're still alive, so, Still, this is a high-security facility. I just don't understand how it was even possible. A prison. Guess it makes sense having the detention center and the prison in the same building. Means they can share the visitor's room. Indeed, it is an unusual design, but it's certainly convenient for anyone visiting. Yeah, but then why'd you have two different areas in the first place? For the two different classes of detainees, of course. There's pre-trial and there's post-trial. The two facilities may be housed in the same building in this case, but they are actually quite different. Well, all I know is that they're both cramped and dark, and don't let you leave. Don't let you leave when you want. Perhaps spending a night in each would help clarify the differences between them. No, I'm good, thanks. Look at my badge. That thing's pretty small. You don't lose it all the time. Sacred symbol of my office. No, detective, I do not. Guess it's a good thing I'm no prosecutor, huh? I'd have lost 100 this week alone. I mean, I lose my badge at least that often. It's quite a talent. Good one, Mr. Edgeworth, I think. You weren't showing me that for a reason, were you? I wouldn't know the first thing about it. The fucking map? Gumshoe. Gumshoe. My dude. And yet that doesn't seem to bother you at all. Bro. Hello, Mr. Guard, sir. Anything out of the ordinary to report, officer? Yes, sir! There is this one thing. Go on. There's a body in the workshop, sir. He's right. That's definitely out of the ordinary. Y'all. If anything else occurs to you, you know where to find me. Or Edgeworth. Part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints! Too many footprints, unfortunately. We'll need a specialist to identify them. Guess we just gotta wait till forensics gets here. Yes, and in the meantime, if you could refrain from treading all over it. I wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jacket dirty, huh? Good point, Mr. Edgeworth. Thanks! Oh, sometimes I wonder about you. Concern was for the footprints, not your jacket, detective. Even though I literally just stepped all over them. For fun. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed, this area is too big to take in all at once. Fortunately, I can use, things to look around. Let's scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Looks like a pulley of some kind. Maybe the prisoners use it for work? Suppose so, yes. Okay, so I know you're gonna say no, but... Absolutely not, Kay. You are not permitted to swing on that rope. I knew it. I should have known you were being I should have known you were being serious. You're having something like this in a prison, huh? A cage inside a cage? Technically, a prison isn't made up of cages, but cells. What's the difference? No offense, Mr. Edgeworth, but you've got to look at the basic nature of things more. Yes, and the basic nature of an investigation is that the pursuit of accurate facts and information. There was a rope in your knight's body, too. Speaking of which, want to see my super stealthy rope escape trick? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in need of saving. She seems genuinely disappointed. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that one there. Oopsies. Yeah. These tarps are rather colorful. Colorful tarps that seem out of place in a room like this. I wonder what they are used for. They kind of stand out in a room like this, don't they? Certainly don't look like they belong in a prison. Look, there's a whip on top of them. You know what that reminds me of? You know who that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers? Maybe she left it here? I was also thinking of Francesca. As soon as I saw the whip, I was like, I know someone who uses a whip. Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist. Trust me. What are we doing? There's something else I need to look at? I don't think so. I'll come back to this. Oh, it's checked. Okay, I found everything. It's a sink. Doesn't seem to contain any useful clues. Nope, no whiff of treasure either. You do know we're not actually looking for treasure, right? What's with all the weird equipment? Not sure, but I don't see anything particularly suspicious here. Smells weird though. Kinda musky? Like what fur? Didn't know you had such a keen nose. Oh, it's nothing special really, except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. Remind me to seal all my valuables away in airtight containers. No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I'd never steal any of your stuff. You would happily steal someone else's? I'm not sure that's entirely reassuring. These bottles. Get him. Alright, let's look at the body. Bronco Knight. Killed the day before his court date. Better take a closer look. The body is partially covered by a dirt-stained tarp. And there's a rope on top of it. Is Knight tied up with a rope somehow? Discovered on top of Knight's body. Does this mean the victim was tied up? Take a look under the sheet as well. Oh, look at all that red stuff. Yes, I'd say that's blood. Features a colorful design and stained with what I believe to be the victim's blood. You should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover, I'm sure of it. His neck brace is soaked with blood from the hole in his neck. I would assume that's the cause of death, and that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. Small cut on the scalp, too. He struck with something. Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was stabbed in the throat? possible, but it's too early to say with any certainty. Hey, you have your camera with you, correct? You'll lend it to the detective so that he can photograph the body.
Sure thing. All yours, Gummy.
Thanks, alright, here we go! His clothes sure are a mess though, huh? Indeed, they appear to be covered in dirt. Killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat, the body's covered in dirt. There's also a small cut on his scalp from when he suffered a blow to the head. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, detective. A rubber glove.
Yep, just the one though.
I should examine it in more detail. Sure. There's mud all over it.
Maybe the prisoners were making mud pies? Wish I could have joined them. I love making mud pies.
Not anywhere near my crime scene, you're not. Oh, that side's all blood, though. Fingers are covered in blood on this side. I think we can safely assume that this glove was dropped sometime after Knight's blood had been spilt.
You can? How come?
Because he had it on the floor when the pool of blood was forming. Then the blood would have flowed around it, but not underneath it.
Oh, meaning there'd only be a band of blood around the edges of the fingers, not all over the backside. Hey, Ash and Nora. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good weekend.
Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body.
Maybe our murderer ditched it after they did the deed.
It's certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was that dropped it must have seen the body. We need to know whose glove that is. You there! Yes, sir! You seen that glove before? Yes, sir. The prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued with those gloves are under strict orders to keep them in their cells. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission, and we always check. Suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. Only one glove was found at the crime scene. Prison issued equipment for working inmates, stained with blood and mud. I'm gonna look closer at that. This, inmate use only. Inmate use only. I guess that means...
Then it must be one of the prisoners who was using it, right?
Yes, you would certainly imagine so. Nothing to look at on the inside? Nope. Alright. Nope, nope, no, I didn't mean to do that. Come back. Yep, scour everything. Okay. What is this?
Huh? Is that?
Now, I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure you have, Detective. It's a pocket chess set. The victims, I'd imagine. Why did they... I guess he was only in holding in the detention center. It's not like he was convicted, so they didn't need to, like, take all his shit. Makes sense. He loved chess, after all. Yeah, it would have been a good way to pass the time. Holding chessboard with the pieces stored inside. It appears to belong to the victim. We should probably look inside of that. That's probably a good idea. Ooh, what's in your hand? There's something on his finger.
Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring, and an expensive-looking one at that.
Don't even think about it, Kay.
What? I didn't say anything.
Sure, I didn't miss anything. This is faster using the mouse. Alright, I think we're good, but let's take a look at this.
Open sesame. Come on, come on, come on! Hurry up and open that clasp! This is a murder investigation. You sound like a child on Christmas morning. Oh, please. Even your heart must skip a beat when you're about to open a mysterious box. Not all of us think like you, Kay. Thankfully. All the pieces look like they're there. These are chess pieces, right? I've seen the ones you have in your office. So how come these are black and white? Most chess pieces are. The ones in my office are custom made. As in they're unique and probably valuable? I like the sound of that. Got that glint in her eye. She'd better not be planning a robbery. Not much here. I think. Huh. Legitimately not finding anything inside. It's just a chess set. I thought there'd be more to this. Maybe there will be later. Not even one missing. Nothing on them, nothing about them. Right, well, okay. What logic pieces do we have? Just one. Bloody tarp and a pile of tarps. Well, I guess we might as well link that together because they're all both about tarps. What are these used for? These tarps have a pretty distinctive design. In fact, the same design as the bloody tarp around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. That'll teach you to be so careless, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. You need to keep your treasures close when there's a great thief around. Thought you were on sabbatical. All for tarp found on the victims' bodies, some of these were being stored in Workshop A for whatever reason. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Ha! Nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together. Right, Gummy? You betcha. We're unstoppable. A regular Three Musketeers. I have concerns. Let's not get carried away, Detective. There's one thing we still haven't found. A murder weapon? Huh? What do you mean, sir? What's missing from this crime scene? The murder weapon. I see no sign of a murder weapon anywhere. You're right! I didn't even think of that! Why? Why? This is why your pay keeps getting docked, buddy. Come now, Detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. It hadn't crossed my mind either. Because you're a thief and not a detective. That hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, we wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Mr. Edgeworth! Was the murder weapon? And where has it gone? Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Sorry about that, excuse me. Alright, what was the murder weapon and where did it go? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Hello? Huh, didn't know this guy had a whole entourage. Excusez-moi, but this is the scene of the crime, right? Who the hell is this dude? Wait a second. Are you? No way. Those piercing eyes. That furrowed brow. Mr. Fender? It's been far too long. I know, right? But even after all this time, I'd know that deep bow anywhere. And that neckwear, obvs. Manfred von... Oh, wait, hold on. Manfred von Karma. The man. The legend. Gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here. That man's in jail. That happened a while ago. This dude is a little behind. Oh, he probably doesn't like being called Von Karma.
Hold it! What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer.
Detective, please.
Edgeworth? Wow! Guess that explains the fresh face.
Heh, can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. That's an insult. See, you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, eh? Been away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Was he a classmate? How does he know what Edgeworth was supposed to stand for?
Whoa, where did that come from? And who are you anyway?
This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Enchanté, as they say. Fender's the name and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. No. No! He said the thing. Detective Dick Gumshoe.
And I'm Kay Faraday, great thief.
No! Don't say that! Kay, we gotta talk. We are in a we're in a police station in the prisons. You don't want to go around saying that you're a thief.
I'm on sabbatical at the moment, though.
A great thief! Wow, that's so romantic. Très chic, if you will.
Right? It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise, actually. I even made signing up super simple.
No! Sounds awesome. I'd love to come hang with you guys if you'll have me.
Sorry, I should have also mentioned that it's girls only, and they have to be super fun and super cool, and...
Hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in.
You've got to be kidding.
My bad, my bad. I'm just so used to how they do things elsewhere, you know? And why are you here, Mr. Fender? Oops, I almost forgot this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is a strategy #1 in the Von Karma playbook, after all, isn't it? No, we let Phoenix in all the time! Although, Phoenix actually just kind of sneaks in when Edgeworth isn't looking most of the time, but that's okay. That means a friend.
Hold it! Hey, quit it with all that Von Karma stuff, pal! What gives?
Detective, calm yourself. Attitude is unfortunately understandable.
It is?
Take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney. Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, that was supposed to be anyway. He was planning to represent Knight. His client hadn't been murdered. He and I would have faced off against each other in court. I'd better see what he has to say for himself.
Hello?
Alright, let's talk about the case. Wait, hold on. First, I need to show you my badge, because I show it to everybody. Huh, for me? You shouldn't have. Always wanted to rock one of these upon my lapel. Thanks, you're a star. Never said I was giving it to you. I'm just yanking your chain. I've already got a badge of my own, see? You don't wear your attorney's badge? Once in a blue moon. Goes nicely with my winter coat as it happens. Guy's gotta dress to impress, you know what I mean? Impress who, exactly? Alright, let's talk about the case. So, the victim asked you to represent him? Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I. But a guard showed up instead and told us that his body had been found. I'm as bummed about it as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up. Yo, I love sausages, hot dogs really, that are cut up that way. They're so freaking cute. Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food into the prison. Heh. Oh yeah, well, it's here now. Want some? Little vice I picked up on my travels. So Moorish. No, thank you. Fine, you do you. What are you doing here anyhow? Don't tell me you wanted to hear a nice side. Von Karma was always more of a convict the defendant at all costs guy. He didn't teach you that? Why we gotta go there? What are you hung up on? What did we do to you in the past that you're so hung up on this? That was a long time ago. If you say so. Sure you don't want any weenies? No, thank you. Talk about the victim. Have you met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The Bonkster called me the minute he was arrested. Sounded really freaked out, man. Oh yeah, mentioned your little performance too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. Not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talked you something fierce. Can't say I didn't join in the fun, though. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Lighten up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitor's room here. I didn't think I had ever had a chance. I don't think I ever had that much of a gas. Oh, so you come here a lot? Hey, don't go getting the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. Who are we talking about? The visitor's room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either. Well, I guess he is a defense attorney, so he would be coming here to interview clients all the time. Like we do when we're Phoenix. In which case, I'd better ask him what he knows about this room. Let's talk about the room. Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room? No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. It's a classroom, a morgue, a recreation room. None of them? It's a workshop. A rec room is the closest one I can think of. Is it a recreation room? Whoa, I don't even want to know how you spend your spare time, Edgeworth. But I guess there's plenty here you could play with if you used your imagination. Probs. Now let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong! This is actually a workshop. I know, but it wasn't an option! So offended. I'm so offended right now. So all the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile. Cons come here to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too, bank some qualifications for when they're back on the street. Let's see, and how's access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edgeworth, I don't have all the answers. There's a guard, like, literally right there, though, who should know. My man over there probably does, though. Right, compadre? Yes, sir! The workshops aren't locked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelet, and if they're not supposed to be there, ding-a-ling-ling, an alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then bzz, they get a real shock, if you know what I mean. And do they try to break or remove the bracelet? Bzz, a shock 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. Guess they need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules, but that sounds a bit excessive. So they gave them shock bracelets. Okay. Feel like there's some ethical concerns that could definitely lean into, which is probably why he's concerned. They wish to pass through a door like this one. Prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for them and let them in. Get all that? Have any prisoners used this workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd have known if they had. So, no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop today. Fitted to each workshop's door, they detect maniac prisoners' bracelets by raising the alarm. Okay. Which means... there's a contradiction in this crime scene. Namely, there's something here that shouldn't be. Take another quick look over the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction to solve this mystery. Why was this here? What do you know about this? Oh, I think I get it. So this is it, huh? The key to unraveling this whole mystery. Yes, perhaps. Great, you keep hold of it then, yeah? Quickly now, back in your pocket it goes. Guess he doesn't think much of it. I want to deduce that. Like, this shouldn't be here if there's no inmates here. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Yeah, because it's not supposed to be here. I guess. Prisoners aren't able to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound. More, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. And yet here we have a rubber glove of the kind issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. Where did the glove come from, sir? No, detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know for now is that the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. Yay, we're done investigating! You, apart from the prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison after all. Prisoners and guards are pretty much all there is. Hold it, Mr. Fender. Come on, don't play us like that, friend. We both know that's not true. You know as well as I do the prisoners and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Huh? Oh, do you mean... But sir, they're... Mr. Fender, would you care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What? You don't have a pair of peepers in that hard head of yours? You didn't see them on the way in? Wandering about in the corridors, chilling with their buds? Bet if you moseyed on out of that door right now, you'd trip over one of them before you'd taken a step. Listen, pal, we've had just about enough of your baloney. Hey, take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. You know, for such a wide fella, you have a very narrow mind. That's a mean thing to say. How could you say that about Gumshoe? He called him wide. Rude? Wanted you. Hold it. Detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing. Wait, hold on, sorry. Seeing is believing, isn't that what they say? We're talking about rats or dogs? March 27th, 11:06 a.m. Prison. Corridor. Aminals! We got a monkey, a catto. Hold on. The sizing here. I didn't put a lot of thought into this. Either this horse and that monkey and that pig are all pygmies and very small, or these two are fucking huge. Scaling, friends, scaling. Here the humans share their space with some special friends. Animals? Yep, furred and feathered fellas of all shapes and sizes. Guard filled me in on how it came about. Seems they decided to try a little experiment in animal therapy a few years back. Cons are assigned a critter each, buddy to help keep their spirits up. Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun! The animal therapy sounds good, but the shock bracelets are still questionable. Plus, inmates can even earn pet care qualifications if they go through some job training with the animals. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. You got it. Room set up specially for that training stuff. Oh, this is like dog washing stuff to like keep them in place. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and then you can wash them here too. Okay. I'm starting to see it. So, when he said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime. Exactamundo, big guy. I was talking about these guys. Hold it, that just means you're still talking baloney. What an animal do with a rubber glove? I mean, animals just take shit for fun sometimes. And they run with it, and they run fast, and then they go hide it. Good question. All I'm saying is that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, if you want me to arrest this piece of baloney, just say the word. Let me get this straight. You're saying these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know those sensors on the doors? They detect the prisoner's bracelets and the sound of alarm when somebody goes walkabout. Well, for our furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up. They are? Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila. What? Doesn't it hurt? Nope, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. No, now where was I? Hold on. Now, where was I? Oh, right. So the point is they're not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. Ironic, really. Here in this institution where the humans are caged, the animals are free to roam to their heart's content. There is some irony to be said there, yes. Prisoners are not allowed to move freely. Doors open if an animal is detected, but raise an alarm if an inmate's bracelet is detected. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sensor on that big mother of a door out, you see. What's that tinkling sound? Oh, doggo! The doggo have a bell on him. Look at that thing. Is that bell around its neck? Explains the sound, I suppose. I don't think the dog likes Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, were you seriously trying to stare it down? Refuse to lose to a dog, bro. Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat them right. Come on now, come to Gummy. Dog's like, nah, I'm good, I'm outie. Man, ignored by a dog. Dog was certainly very different to the other animals. It seemed to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alrighty then, you've met the menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed, we need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found.
Let's start with that guy. Hey, you there in the cell. Ignore it again.
Hello. We were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident.
Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy?
Heh, not a big talker, huh? It's all right, man. I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a hug to break the ice? Seconds. Out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's a hugging type. I'm cool with that.
Oh. Oh, he's got a... Oh, it's a little bear.
That's cute. Round 1, 10 reps each. What is this man up to? Better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? From the blue corner, it's Rocco D259 Carcerato. Don't mind if I keep moving, do you, boss? Fighter can't let his heart rate drop, see? Doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry, you'll lose too much weight doing all that. Gotta make weight before a fight, boss. Won't even make it to the ring if you don't.
So you're... Wait, I get it. You gotta be a boxer, right?
Was, back in the day, but it's good to stay fighting fit. Leastways, that's how I see it.
So's the bear part of your training too?
I mean, it is a weight.
Kinda clawing into him though. That can't be comfy. Looks kinda like an apron. It's so cute.
Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. Kid's my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes.
Why do we have a baby polar bear in here though?
Seems to have loosened up a little. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident?
Come on, boss, I ain't no stoolie, and I don't know nothing, no how.
I'll be the judge of that. Please answer the question.
Yeah, you punch drunk or something, boss? I told you, I don't know zip.
Would play ball.
Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, the more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am that he's hiding something. All right, let's see exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerato?
Mind chest time? Oh, boys.
Now, let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. If my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. First, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. Start by asking about his movements. Bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him.
Tell me about your day.
Why don't you start by telling me what you've done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerato.
What?
Want a shot at the champ, is that it? Put him up, pal! Fine time.
Throwing in the towel already? That's gotta be a record.
Fisticuff is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you on in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time?
Think I don't got the stamina, kid? Huh? Just you try me. I ain't tired. Not today, not ever. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat.
Really? You look pretty sweaty to me.
Give me a break, will ya? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah, real tired.
Thought you took it easy. May have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerato, but I'm afraid your line needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. We gotta be careful here, Teddy. This guy Lance, he lands. Hiding something, I'm sure of it. I should try asking him about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside of his cell. I won't need to use my fists in this next round. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. What was it like around here? You notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? Don't play dumb. Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Need to reconsider my approach. What were you doing? Remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. The incident happened only a short while ago. You seem wide awake, all things considered. Hide. Spider's gotta be able to get up quick when he's down, but he needs his beauty sleep too. Builds muscle. Is that so? Then I apologize for waking you. I've read that rest is an important part of any boxer's training regime. Yeah, you don't say? But Mr. Prosecutor's savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? How do you know my profession? Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. Been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the corridor. Which means you weren't asleep, and that you are lying. Again. You're good, kid. Caught me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it, I wasn't catching no Z's. But what? Guy can't work out in his cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or was a man taking care of himself a crime now? In fact, we now know he was awake is an important development. Could well prove to be a useful clue. What's it like around here? Strange around the time of the incident. What do you mean strange? Worn out already? Haven't you noticed yet? You're backed into a corner here. Get a load of this guy, Teddy. He thinks he's got the champ on the back foot. Guess I better knock some sense into him. Curses, I shouldn't have picked my words. Oh, crap. That's the first time I made a mistake. Bide time in such moments. Okay. I didn't think he was doing a boxing stance yet, though. Don't play dumb. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. Boy, the clue. You were exercising. Enough of your bare-faced lies. You weren't asleep, you were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Well, a counterpunch, huh? Should have seen that one coming. Seems I have you on the ropes, Mr. Coserato. It's time to come clean about what you know. Alright, you don't gotta shout about it. Stomping around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals have been scared enough this morning already. What do you mean by that? Already, you say? Done well to endure this long, but I fear you'll soon be out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Coserato? Quit it, will ya? I'm getting shellacked here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud, real scared. Got all the little guys scared, too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Checkmate. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Fine, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Not get carried away, Kay. Our work here has only just begun. Hold it. Hey, can we call a little time out here for a sec, guys? There's something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here together after all these years, Edgeworth. And it's a real privilege watching how you work. Eye-opening stuff, in fact. Just thought you should know I'll be telling you know who what you've become. Who? Who know who? Keen to get the lowdown, huh? Well... That's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Report whatever you wish to whomever you wish. Just do it on somebody else's time. Whatever you say, boss man, but I think he should know at least. Who are we talking about? You know, how you've been living your life since you signed on to doing things the Von Karma way. That was a while ago, okay? We fixed him! With that guy in prison. He doesn't know about the boat incident. After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already. Am I right? What's he talking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Nothing that need concern you, Kay. Focus should be on Mr. Carcerato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last. Heh, it won't land a glove on me, kid. The incident. It was a show, finished right around 10 a.m. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways, I tried to, barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the? Ah!" Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. What can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out and I get back to work. I find it curious that you'd pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. I mean, he is right, though. They're kind of locked up in prison. They're stuck behind the cell bars. Like, really, what the hell are they gonna do? They can't... Like, the dude's already screaming. All they can do is scream more. Not a lot of options there, you know? Like I say, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is the joint. Don't nobody thank nobody for getting involved in what ain't none of their concern. I hear you, brother. Best you could do is rubberneck from in there anyway, am I right? Been in training, Mr. Carcerato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy, the fixer, they call him. What's a fixer? Fella can get his hands on just about anything you need. For price. Why do they let that... But they don't even hide it! So it's like, why is it allowed to begin with? Perhaps, Mr. Carcerato, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony. Because I can promise you that you'll be down for the count in 1. You put me down? Try it, you bum! What am I, chopped liver? Bottle. There was a show. Press everything! What kind of show was it, exactly? Depends on the day. They bring them in from outside, see? Singers, dancers, all kinds. Gives us cons a little something to look forward to. Nice! That sounds like fun! You went along to see today's show? Sure I did. Can't miss a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world, now can I? Then it was over. Came back and did training. What did this training involve? Let's see now. Today was stamina and rhythm work, which means jump rope. What? Is in that tiny cell? How? And what about Teddy? Isn't that dangerous for him? Kid's no dummy. The second I get my rope out, he jumps up and holds on tight. Jump rope with a polar bear clinging to your chest. Told you, didn't I? We're partners. Besides, a little extra weight's good for me. Anyway, I started jumping rope. Tried to, anyway. Tell us more about the scream you heard. It's the scream of a guy about to scream his last. I should know. But whoa there, good buddy. There's a time and place, you know. Hood was clearly audible. Guy backed into a corner, fighting for his life. Hear something like that, boss? Well, I have. Yeah, it was clearly audible. Hollering and howling.
Hold it!
That's all you heard. There was nothing else? Nope, nothing much anyhow. There was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me. Oh, I do, huh? Why don't you come on over here and I'll see if I can make you squeal like he did. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forget the kid here. He doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles. Apologize to the good man. It's clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague. Look, friend, how about you let this slide, please, for me? So yeah, I heard the voice, like I said. What can he do? He's locked up.
Hold it!
You were able to concentrate on your training even after hearing all that screaming? Look, if we was on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd have seen when I could. This ain't the outside. I can't go no place, even if I want to. You didn't think to slip out from your cell to go sneak a peek? I don't think anybody else would have thought of doing that except you, Kay. Yeah, they're kind of stuck in there for a reason. Only this wasn't a prison. Mr. Knight might have lived. I somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him. What? But if somebody could have just gotten to him in time. Takasarato is clearly lying. There was no in time. Death was instantaneous. What I don't understand is why. Yeah. Let's see what I can uncover by pointing out the contradiction in his testimony. He got stabbed in the neck and there's no way he could have screamed for help. Guy was hollering and howling. Killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat. The body's covered in dirt. There's also a small cut. Yeah. There's no way he could have been screaming. Ready? Objection! Are you listening carefully, Mr. Casarato? Huh? Trying to be cute or something? The victim died from a stab wound to the throat, and very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. Say you heard the victim's cries, and yet that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream. He said there was. Who? Who is this he? Who are we talking to? Who told you to give this testimony? He said there was. Quit looking so smug, will ya? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? The guy in the next cell did. He told me so. Next cell? You mean... that dude? No? What do you want? I heard a scream. What of it? Came back from the show and they put us in our cell, same as always. And just like I told this guy, I heard it. Scream. A real scary one. Scary how, exactly? Didn't tell him this part, I guess, but it was kind of like... Eek! Someone, anyone, come quickly, he's... something like that. Wouldn't that just be the guard calling for us to, like, come to the body? Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Ah, that explains it. Mr. Carcerado was telling the truth, more or less. That's really the case, though. Are there really no problems with his testimony? There's still problems. Afraid a new problem has reared its head, namely... Why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Carcerato? Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when your neighbor heard it clear as day? Ah! Eek! What do you think I did the crime or something, huh? I'm inside of this here cell. Guy died over there in the workshop, in case you forgot. Well, yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right, neither of us could have done it. Let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder somebody, you'd all be toast.
Meek!
Ain't that the truth? You bums ain't leaving this place in one piece if any of us can help it. I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, they won't be doing that again anytime soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. My next move here, I won't get much more out of them in this state.
Who's there?
Oh!
Are you my new big bad?
Order in the court. Who died and made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're kind of busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden.
That dude looks shady as fuck, though. This guy, look at that smarmy jackass face. He looks like he sucks.
It is your hand, if you please. By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. God, if you would.
Looks like you'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Any place but there.
There is no need to be afraid, my child. Anything, you should rejoice.
Oh, she's like that kind of crazy. Okay.
This is a blessing. A chance to redeem yourself. To be reborn.
No!
Oh, goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. Oh, Holy One, we give thanks in your name.
If JRPGs have taught me anything, it's that never trust religion, and religion is bad.
You are. Verity Gavel, at your service.
Ah, Gavel, like gavel. I got it, I see.
It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law.
What is a judge doing in a place like this?
Since you ask, Mr. Edgeworth, I have been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, and it is my sacred duty to deliver it.
The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? What the heck is that?
It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child. For it is a sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Why don't I fill you in, kiddo? Committee is a panel of 11 people whose job is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. The panel is comprised of people both of the legal and political professions. A panel of which you are a member, I assume. I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service. Thanks for coming to see us like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with the judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here. Need I remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association? Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to lighten the mood, okay?
So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them?
Precisely, my child. Praise be to the goddess of justice for bestowing her gift of insight unto you. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate to confiscate that prosecutor's badge.
And what does the committee for prosecutory whatever you said want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Pitiful! You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus!
I hate this guy already. And who are you, pal?
Winner! Eustace Winner!
Oh god. Your name is awful. Who names their kid Eustace?
Prosecutor extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down at the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add.
Never heard of you. Pfft. Oh, Edgeworth.
And how about Detective Flatfoot over there?
Nope. That means nothing to me.
Well, it's to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say, so I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you.
Ignorance is bliss. Winner. I don't think sweet nothings means what you think it means.
It's entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only just joined us last month.
So he's nothing but a rookie?
I'm not just any rookie. I am a winning rookie. But he will prove himself to be in due time. Now, let us cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth.
What do you mean? What mess? Fear I know exactly what he means. The committee sending an envoy with the new prosecutor in tow. Expect I know what you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Gavel?
Very well. By the power vested in me by the Goddess of Justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident at the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict.
What? Mr. Edgeworth is off the case? Just like that? Judge Cavell, believe I asked for an explanation.
No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in. The goddess has spoken and her judgment is final.
And what exactly have I done to warrant being taken off the case?
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality. And while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning.
Bastards, getting all technical on us? How dare. It needed to be done. We found the right guy. The president was thankful. Assholes.
You were one wrong move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement.
I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned. But there is also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate.
And why are you then what you are saying is that the ends justifies the means? That rules can be freely ignored?
We don't like that phrase, the ends justifies the means. That was a problem with, Professor Mean at that one academy.
in the second trilogy. That is a very dangerous way of thinking. Law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims. Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but to give thanks for the goddess of justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal, do so would be to risk your badge, of course. They mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa! Tough break, Edgeworth. I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you would be so kind as to escort him out.
No! Stop!
What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge here now, so you'll do as I say and move out of the way.
What? You're not the boss of me!
Unluckily for you, Flatfoot, that's exactly what I am. They're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Winter says.
But sir!
Judge Cavell. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? The committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appeal. You haven't heard the last of this. Duly noted. Till we meet again, then. Let's go, Kay. We're leaving. Right. Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all of this.
Who's you know who? Damn. That's taking an interesting turn. Okay. Alright, we're gonna take a short break here. I need to get up and stretch. I'm gonna send you guys to the break screen and we will be right back. See you in a few. Kicked his ass. Cheerio, Scout. Hope you're settling into your solo camping adventure. Don't be disheartened if you can't find a needy ghost immediately. I intentionally picked a safe island that's not too haunted. When you finally find a ghost, try to help it make peace with itself, and when you do it, you'll finally graduate to 2nd degree. Signed, Scoutmaster Blake. P.S. I'll write to you every day, unless I get busy. 1 common log cabin, large potted plant. Okay. Sir? Scoutmaster Blake. Hi. Hello. Parfait here. You certainly did not send me to a relatively unhaunted island where I might take me a little bit to find a ghost friend. You, in fact, sent me to a very haunted island of bears. Sir? One that curses people and traps them here. So thanks for that. There's lots of fragrant magic water. I mean soap. See you tonight. What? Did you guys see that in the mirror? It's fine. We're friends.
Really? Of course.
Don't make it weird!
Not one drop more. Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
He's gonna make it weird. This is gonna be funny.
It's like a sharp accent to your head.
It's funny.
didn't have to hit you with that ashtray. Make sure you always recycle. The strategies, the tactics. Ow! Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have, but listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our Warrior of Light. Fucking tombstones.
All right, chat. I'm back. You guys all had a good break. Came back mostly right on time. Let's continue. I think we can do one more section. I think that's what we're not gonna go super long today. I only have so much tea. Last week we went a little bit long, but I think this week we'll just do one more section and then see where that lands us. All right. Let's continue. March 28th, 9:45 a.m. High Prosecutor's office. Room 1202. I still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible. The way those two treated you. Now, let us cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. The committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. Judge Gavel and Mr. Winner certainly didn't mince their words. That's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about the committee's reasons for doing what they did and what they might do next. Expect it won't be good. Earth to Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. So this is it? You're just giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. Walk away from the case would be to tacitly accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, Detective? I've got some bad news, sir. Word down at the precinct is... they just arrested somebody for Knight's murder. Who? What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they're being held in the detention center. Maybe you could go talk to whoever it is? Good idea. Let's get down there, Mr. Edgeworth. I have no right to be there. We gotta fix our badge situation first and, make sure that Edgeworth isn't in trouble. Well, we know he's gonna be fine, but still. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I can still pay a suspect an innocent visit. They might consider that obstruction of justice. We've seen this shit before. Why does... and the plant has a fucking cravat. Why? Alright, we're on our way. Me too, I'll see you there, sir. You won't be... but won't you be missed, Detective? Everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good, then we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir! Come on, Kay, let's go. You got it. But I wanted to look around his office. Oh, man. Oh, man.
March 20th, 10:23 a.m. Detention Center Visitors Room.
Still no sign of them, huh?
Indeed.
Wait, this is just like last time.
Please don't tempt fate like that. No! I can't. I just can't. Sure you can't. I told you. It's just a pair of visitors.
Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us.
No, 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 no! Just talk with them, please? But one of them's a prosecutor, right? Aren't they supposed all super scary? All they do is stare at you right into your soul. He must be the suspect in the... Eek! See, I told you! Hey, why is this man so flustered?
Probably because you're being you, but I guess that's just how you are.
Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing.
Hey, Mr. Suspect, you doing okay in there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right?
Who are you?
I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though.
Funny, I don't recall ever employing you.
That's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stare a hole into your soul or anything.
Oh, please.
Really? Really?
Really. Eek! Edgeworth, you can't just glare at people like that. It makes them uneasy. That's why the dog didn't like you either.
Anyway, can you first please tell us your name?
It's Saint. Simeon Saint. Simeon? Simon? Is that just a weird way of saying, spelling Simon? Simon Saint.
Well, nice to meet you, Simon. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, I would like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Please, Simon, we're trying to help you, I promise.
Really? Thanks to Kay, it sounds like we might finally get some answers at least. Why don't you just tell him that you're not the prosecutor on his case right now, so you're literally just here to talk to him? You wanna look at my badge? I have to show it to everybody. It's compulsive now. What? No, I can't. I couldn't. There's no way I could be a prosecutor ever. Take that thing away from me, please. Wasn't going to give it to you anyway. So what? You're going to arrest me? Take me to court? No. No. Objection? I knew it. Overruled, Mr. Saint. Now please, calm yourself. Nothing about the map? Sorry, I don't know anything about these legal type things. So you really have nothing new to tell us? Sorry, no. Does this mean they're going to arrest me again? I don't mind saying what you need to hear. I'll say anything, whatever you want. Only if you wish to be arrested for perjury. Now you're leading the witness. Oh, I'm so gonna get arrested again, aren't I? I'm not going to get much out of him when he's being like this, am I? Alright, let's talk about you. Who are you? Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Who, me? But why would anyone want to know anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Have a job? Oh, well, it's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher, just like everybody else, honest! It's going to take a while. What's your relation to Knight? About you and Mr. Knight. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay.
So, Simon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me.
Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. We were friends. Interesting. I wonder how he knew that Knight had been arrested.
And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested?
Yeah, I even came by to visit him. Came to see Knight. Wonder when that would have been. They would have met in this room there. There would have been no way for him to stab him. So it's like, how did they reach this accusation, I wonder?
And when was that, Simon?
It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. Police called him. Why? That is weird.
How come the police called you?
They said Bronco asked them to, that he needed a favor.
Favor?
Uh-huh. He wanted me to bring him some chess set, the pocket-sized one. So I went by his place and then I came here. Chess set.
Chess set?
Just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? Yatagarasu strikes again!
All very exciting. You do know everything that you think is written all over your face, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, she's just really good at reading him. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having a sidekick as helpful as me?
And have you read what my next move is going to be?
I sure have. There's something you want to show Simon.
Indeed, let's present it to him and see what he has to say about it. You mean this chess set?
So, this chess set.
Oh, that's the one I brought for Bronco. Well, that settles that at least. And was brought to him at his request by Saint.
We found it next to Mr. Knight.
He always had a chessboard somewhere nearby. I'm not surprised he had it with him when he...
Simon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you?
Yeah, we were best friends. At least I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that.
What do you mean?
If I knew him so well, why was it such a shock for me to find out that he had killed someone? Not easy discovering that someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime. A very bitter pill to swallow indeed. How could it all end like this? I could never have imagined something so awful.
Something's not right here, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's just no way Simon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Also, we still don't know how the fuck he would have gotten in there to do the deed. That's weird. Like, dude died in prison. What? How? And again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. Wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Yeah, that's what I really want to know. Why were you arrested? Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint? Just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't.
Oh, he answered you, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess he's not scared of you anymore.
Goodness for small miracles. The cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here. These policemen, was there a prosecutor with them? Yes, some kid named the Winner or something. Man, fuck this kid. A rookie, I thought as much.
So, did they interrogate you yet?
Well, what? I'm gonna be interrogated? By the cops?
Well, yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. That's what they do.
No. Won't the detectives just shout at me and threaten me and oh god! There are always these hulking guys, right? Who get in your face and force you to... Detective Dick Gumshoe reporting for duty. Eek! See? I told you! Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms! No, please. I'm calling the cops. Bro. What's up with this guy, Mr. Edgeworth? Dude, you're in a police station. No, nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are.
I still want to know what the blue area is. I don't get it, sir.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, Simon is clearly innocent. So there's gotta be something we can do for him, isn't there?
It's a saint.
Yes.
You're Mr. Knight's friend. 2 days ago you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with his murder. Is my understanding correct?
Yes! I didn't kill anybody.
Hold on. Are we gonna play attorney? We're gonna be the Phoenix in this and like try to prove his innocence? Oh, but we're off the case still though, and we'd be investigating as prosecutors. This is interesting. I don't know what exactly we're gonna do here, but alright. We'll see where this ride takes us. Very well, then I will choose to believe you. Hold up, let me do something here. I'll turn up the game a bit. And I will do all that I can to assist you.
Huh? Why would you help a nobody like me?
Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. There's something of a personal interest in this case. Needs to prove them wrong.
That's right, it's payback time. We'll show this to whose investigation reigns supreme.
Oh yeah, now we're cooking! Fortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint. Your information will be invaluable going forward. In other words, let's see if we can't help one another out, shall we? Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an attorney's badge? Then you can represent our pal here. I don't think you can just borrow... Okay, never mind the fact that he did borrow one that one time to fill in for Phoenix. But I don't think, in general, normally, under regular circumstances, you can borrow an attorney's badge.
Now's not the time for jokes, Gummy. I mean, Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He could defend anyone if his life depended on it.
Wanted to be a defense attorney originally. But I wasn't kidding. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know?
Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect.
Eek!
But you needn't to worry. I believe you, or at least I have decided to try, for now. Hold tight and try to believe in us in return. Nothing else. Might help you to feel a little less alone. Now if you'll excuse me. March 28th, 11:22 a.m. Detention Center Corridor.
So we talked a good game in there, but we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime.
Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all.
Gummy! Can't defend for his life, remember?
Have you ever seen him try? He's perfectly fine as a defense attorney. Well, who do we have here? It isn't Edgeworth in the gang. What are you cats doing here? We could just use him. He has a defense attorney badge. We could just join him and be like, yo, I'm not acting as a prosecutor right now. I'm just this defense attorney's posse. I'm just hanging out with him. Hold up. Sorry. Gotta stretch. Okay. That helps a little bit. Listen, pal, if you come to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, I'll... Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Sholmes. I'm here to work.
Work? What, you're here to defend somebody?
Whoa, the Cane Master nails it in one. Aren't you just the uber intelligence of the bunch? Uber intelligence? That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue, but about town, but I'm actually not a half-bad attorney.
which is why I've been summoned to the old jailer-rooney for a meeting with a new client.
Are you representing Saint? Wanna work together?
My friend, mi amigo, my pal, my buddy, my dude, my homie, mon ami. The suspect is one Simon E. Sainsbury.
Simon Saint?
Oh, Simone! It's probably Simone! It's probably Simone, right?
God, I just want to look it up so bad right now, but I'm not going to.
You mean Simone Saint? Wow, that's freaky. You know more about my job than I do.
Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Here I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate.
Ah, so that already happened in this timeline. I wasn't quite remembering where exactly in the timeline we were. Beautiful.
Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have little choice. Fender. Hold it! Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Say it ain't so, I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are no-go. Especially those, the Von Karma variety.
Bro, drop it. Do you not know what happened between Edgeworth and Von Karma? Couldn't you, like, have gone and looked that up a little bit? Was it the talk of the legal world? I felt like everybody should know this.
Should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. More, I understand how you feel about all things Von Karma. Please, believe me when I say, not the man I was back then. No longer under my old mentor's spell.
You better believe it, pal. Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man. Thanks to one Phoenix Wright. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore.
I do have feelings, Detective.
Gummy's right. Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He got me off the hook just last month.
You don't say! Well, that escalated quickly.
But he was! There's no other word for it. He was heroic. Great thiefly, even.
Please, Fender. Don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? More to this case than meets the eye. I'm certain of it. Can't just walk away from this. Can't. Please, allow me to help you with this investigation. Sheesh! Bow from the great Miles Edgeworth. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So, enlighten me, if you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, suppose I would have to say, courtroom itself. And Phoenix! Our best buddy, Phoenix Wright. Experienced so many things. Met so many people there within its four walls. Including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person? Well, I'll be. The old you would never bared his soul like that. That was beautiful. Might have even surprised you-know-who. And you know how much of that takes. Who's this you-know-who? Who are we talking about? Tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start again with a clean slate. So, this is me.
Edgeworth & Co. Company law offices? Eddie Fender, senior partner? Huh? Hold up. What? Edgeworth?
That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career. An assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth.
Oh! Oh, does the reporting have to do with somebody at the law office? Oh, probably whoever took over?
Not his dad, then who else?
We're gonna learn more Edgeworth backstory. Ooh. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? Yeah, we already knew that. She doesn't know. It's fine. So, do you know who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is... The clever cave master nails in one yet again. That's right. He's talking about his old man. We're talking about, like, going to report to the grave of the dad? Like, does he just, like, go and pay regular visits? Is that what we're talking about? Yes, you all noticed I kept his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edgeworth. Miles. I'm gonna level with you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. Can't just forget about all those years you spent licking Von Karma's boots, you know? Anyone can say they've changed. I'm gonna need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregory would have wanted. Very well, I accept. Okay, that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. I hereby appoint you interim associate of Edgeworth and Company. Congrats, man. I'll try not to let you down. Ooh. This is fun. He gets to, like, interimly work for his dad's company. Oh, that's sweet. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? The prodigal son coming back on board at his late father's firm. Exactly. That's so sweet. Permission to come on board too, please, Mr. Fender? You don't even have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew. Woohoo! Thanks, Captain. All right, I guess it's time to get to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted? How? We can't access the crime scene. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Right, that. I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body. Just what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. I'll certainly make my life easier. Boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going! What about me? I'm a detective. I can't just hop on board as an attorney's assistant like you guys. Oh, he's so sad! Has a point. I can't leave him adrift all on his own, now can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You're in a uniquely powerful position, Detective. You're going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir! I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. Oh, I have to admit it like that, Gumshoe! It was really handy when we were Phoenix. It was really handy. It's also very bad for his career. There's a reason why Gumshoe's pay is so low. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose lips of yours might be what saves our ship. Alright, bye! Throw wide the prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. Throw wide the gates! Shadowbringers. Free Shadowbringers, really. Oh, that poor dude's in solitary now. Alright, March 28th, 11:50 a.m., prison corridor. So, any idea how we tracked down whoever found the Bronxter's body, Miles? I really want to touch that parrot and find out if it's the same parrot. I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Oh, don't you dare! I'm assuming it's... Oh. Warden? Wearing furs when they have animal therapy. I hate this. I'm uncomfortable with her. He seems very... Well, she's probably just a character. Getting her to cooperate might be weird, but she's all... Okay, hold on. Let's think about this. Yes, they have the animal therapy, but they also have the shock bracelets, so she's not really a good person.
And she's wearing furs. Who's this? Excuse me, but... Oh my, just look at you! Are you talking to me? Just fabulously chic, darling, fabulously! Facial hair is so very au courant, don't you think? Enchanté, mademoiselle. Much obliged. Fence attorney Eddie Fender at your service. Let's get things off on the right foot, shall we? A little embrasse, perhaps? He's a hugger. Not a lot of people want to hug huggers sometimes, but he's doing his best. Ooh, I like the sound of that. They're both huggers. Oh! Right on the kisser. But how else does one greet a new friend, A little smooch is entirely de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even the great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Even her scarf was like, hug me! Oh, weird. All right. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too. Sure. Vivian Lagarde, by the way, warden of this charming abode. You may call me Fifi, of course. Look at his little arms! It's fucked up that it's probably dead, but somehow being puppeted by her. But it's very cute. Fucked up, but cute. So she was the warden of the entire detention center and prison facility, is she? Pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. Miles Edgeworth. I'm a an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? Big meeting of some kind, perhaps? Well, it was probably whatever the morning entertainment was. A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. Oh! Didn't we have a circus case? That was with Apollo. That would have been after this. This is pre-Apollo times. The circus came to visit. Somebody sneezed and got their head bit by a lion, and it was sad. It was simply a spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. Anyone had to be there. If you were here at home, you were watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We are one very lucky family, n'est-ce pas? So, she was at the circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Carcerato mentioned a show yesterday as well. Must have been talking about the same thing. What time did the show take place? From around 8 until 10, maybe? Yes, something like that. Meaning it finished right around the body was discovered. By dint of having attended the show, she has a reasonably solid alibi. Oh, would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I really must dash. Feel free to explore our home. Mi casa, su casa, and all that. Ciao for now. Well, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed. That scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate. See where his information will take us next. I talk to you first. Right on the kisser. Seems to have given you quite a shock. And why is that? I thought you were a man of the world. Yeah, well, I'm all for saying hi with the hug, but going straight for the kiss? Ooh, all your boots, am I right? Fool me a little before puckering up, that's all I ask.
Wow, I never would have pegged you as the shy type.
That's not the issue here, I think.
Okay. Yeah, violation of personal space. Consent. An associate's role. Yeah, let's talk a little bit. No, hold on. I already showed you my badge. Let's just talk.
Listen, Miles, I've been meaning to ask, does that frown of yours turn upside down?
Sometimes.
An assistant with a permanent scowl on his face is bad for business, you know? Don't see any reason why an associate attorney needs to smile. And that's how I know you've never worked in a private practice. It's all about building trust, man. You've got to create rapport with your clients. Smile here, wink there. A hug to break the ice, and a card to show you're legit. Otherwise, they'll never open up. Yes, well, teach their own, Fender.
Edgeworth and Co.
I'll give it to you straight. Running the biz was tough going at first. I mean, Gregory Edgeworth, man? Those are some pretty big shoes to fill. Let's see, what kind of cases does the firm take on? Might be better asking what we don't. Do murders, parking fines, the whole 9 yards. Our basic principle is this. Everyone deserves a defense.
So you've never refused a request?
Well, let's just say I have certain preferences in the clients I work with.
But didn't you just say that everyone deserves a defense?
I'm just messing with you, little sis. Of course we treat all our clients the same. I mean, Gregory's name's still above the door. I've got to live up to his ideals, you know? That means always doing my best for everyone. Edgeworth and Co. Firm my father built, huh? Glad to see it's still going strong. There's no one in here.
I took him to solitary, remember? Wonder when he'll be back.
It just said a night, so I would have thought he would have been back already, but I guess he's gonna be there for a while. Maybe a while. I get the feeling he was in pretty serious trouble.
Poor guy. Did you see the tears in his eyes? He really didn't want to go.
Yes, the way they had to literally drag him away was certainly unusual for a simple time out. I shudder to think what kind of punishment he's facing right now. Well, let's talk to Kay. Notice anything?
All right, her holy hammerness isn't here today, so now's our chance to make some real progress.
Holy hammerness? There's a novel way to refer to Judge Gavel. I'd like to think we're above name-calling, Kay, but yes, you're right.
Well, what are we waiting for? There's investigating to be done.
What's this?
Oh, it's a blurb about the guy in the cell. Let's see what it says. Why do you have these? This makes them look like a zoo exhibit. That's kind of fucked up, dudes. Prisoner number D259. Classification, habitat. See cell to the right.
Not exactly helpful, is it?
This grizzly fellow has a pet polar bear named called Teddy. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is always at optimum fighting weight. He may push his body to the max, but he's relentlessly kind to himself. Omnivore.
Who exactly is all this information for, anyway? They even have ponies. This one's only big enough to carry a small child, so it is a pygmy pony.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo!
Except it's the humans, not the animals, who live in captivity here. Yep, that's why the placards are kind of fucked up.
No one would mind if I took one home with me, would they?
By home, you mean behind bars? Then no, I suppose not. Okay, the parrot, though. Why can't I talk to the parrot? Hello? I need to know. Is that the same parrot from the boating incident?
Something written here.
Seems to be about the prisoner in this cell.
Prisoner number D258. Classification, Captivus periculosus.
Why? That's just inhumane.
It may look fearsome, but this lively fellow is actually a sweet-natured herbivore.
Vegetarian.
He even has a pet penguin named Gwynny.
Aww.
He's skilled at giving such real, gripping testimony, you'll swear you were there at the crime scene too. The end.
Kind of thing you might expect to read in a zoo, not a prison. Yeah, it's messed up, dude.
Hi, pig.
A mini pig, I believe, though not for eating, I hope.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo.
Except it's yeah, that's the same. Don't take it home! Don't take the pig home! The fuck is this?
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it's a monkey mountain.
Why? Why? Not something I ever expected to see in a prison, I must say. Don't throw poop at me.
Does that look like fun?
Not in the least. And while we're on the subject, you are not under any circumstances to climb on that structure. Do I make myself clear?
But I have to show that monkey who's boss.
Please, Kay, you really don't. This bench has seen better days. It's covered in rust.
Yeah, only cats would dare take a nap on there. And maybe Gummy.
You may be right. Ooh, rough. Hello? See the crime scene through the window in this door.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just shove your whole face in front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keeping a lookout for your enemies.
I'm not a criminal, Kay. So why should I have to behave like one?
Yeesh, I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique.
I've no need for such any such technique, thank you very much. This is the door to one of the workshops.
Why do they have workshops in a prison anyway?
For people to train in for when they return to life in the outside world.
But a dead body was found in one of them, right? So then it's not really doing a good job of helping anyone return to life, is it?
One incident does not invalidate the entire system. I suppose so. That's another reason why we should aim to clear up this mystery as soon as possible. You have a moment. We have a few questions for you.
Oh, who's a good girl? You are. You're just perfect.
Too busy petting a cat. I understand.
She really is. She's beautiful. Meow.
It's finally noticed me, I think. I was wondering.
What's her name?
It's Waggy, ma'am. She's my little friend. Right, as you were then. But I need our answers, not clothful puns. This looks like the way to the prison yard. Sadly, the shutter's locked tight.
Freedom awaits on just the other side. A stoic lock and a key twixt mine eyes and nose on the a stoic lock and key twixt mine eyes and nose on and the outdoor breeze. Blah. That line's a mouthful. Stoic lock and key twixt mine eyes and nose and the outdoor breeze. Such a cruel fate it is indeed. The more I think on it, the more it eats at me.
Whose thoughts are you attempting to channel exactly with that soliloquy? Why is there a rabbit I nearly tripped over it.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo.
Yep, and that's all the same. Yep, don't take the rabbit home. Don't take the prisoners home either. Hello? Wonder where this door leads.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting some real strong vibes coming from there. Maybe that's where they keep the super duper dangerous prisoners?
Certainly a real possibility, in which case we'd better turn back while we still can.
Well, wait, I was only kidding, you know?
Hello? About the person who found the body. Do you happen to know where he is right now? She'll be in one of the workshops, I guess. Usually it is at this hour. It seems the workshops are our next port of call. I just looked over there.
This one? Hello? Anybody in there?
Nice try, kiddo, but this isn't a bathroom stall. Yo, you there. Could you help us out here, my good man? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Somebody using this workshop right now? Yes, sir. One of the prisoners is in there. Just confirmed it myself during the noontime roll call. I'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's all right. Sure, I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. This one's all yours, mousy boy. What? Why? Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah?
Huh, and I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave.
Well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we know this guy. Why does he look so familiar? What case are you from?
We'll come back to us soon. Oh god, okay. Hold on. Wrapper was coming off, I was like, might as well take it off.
Hello, yes, hello.
I hear you wish to speak with me? Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a public prosecutor.
A prosecutor, you say?
Not supposed to say that, I'm supposed to say defense attorney. A defender, attorney at law. Happen to be too scared to handle this. Said the wrong thing, Miles. You are an interim associate at Edgeworth and Company right now. You are not a public prosecutor. Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. A prosecutor indeed. That'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya? He's right. Mustn't forget that I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being.
Ah, that explains it. I did think you looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday.
He's already spoken to Winner. Mind answering a few questions?
No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name's Sowit. Frank Sowit.
Frank saw it. Yeah, he saw everything. Okay, yep, I remember. It's coming back. I don't remember from what case yet, but I recognize him. I like how we're bringing back witnesses from prior games. That's so good. So good. It's people from prior games. All right, anyway. The witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Sowit, you are no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time the body was found?
Yes, I was in the workshop there, working as one might expect.
What kind of work were you doing?
Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see. Pet stylist, that is. Yes, so I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can.
Unusual field of study, befitting an unusual prison, I suppose.
And that's it. I certainly didn't see anything.
But his name saw it. We definitely saw something. That's the way these games work. He saw it. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets.
So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry.
Hold it!
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Sowit. But this interview has only just begun.
I mean, even if you were to ask me, I
know something, don't you?
It's
definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers. First step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent. Oh, he's got 3? He's the hardest one yet.
I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid.
Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. Hard to tell much at all from his face. I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues, either. I'll have to rely solely on his word instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. See who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell. Fine, Chess, what's your connection to the incident? Tell me, what's your connection to this incident?
Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing at all to do with me. Nothing!
Really? I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. You see, how can I put this? I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen, a good person, if you will.
A good person who's in prison?
Forgive me, Mr. Sod, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison.
That's...
You do well to tell me what you know about the incident.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I don't know anything, I swear.
You seem angry. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Sod, that I have you exactly where I want you.
Really?
It seems to me that you're just wasting- Okay, yep, shit. Gonna pick words more wisely. Good at hiding emotion, but also has a tell. I just need a watchword and respond. Alright, watch connection, incident, nothing. Okay. It's when he stutters. A good person who's in prison. Doesn't know anything. Bide your time.
Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you.
My apologies, Mr. Sight. But considering that the incident occurred right here in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how it might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere.
Person who found the body, you say? Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something you're not telling me after all?
No, I just sense that's who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training. I don't know anything, truly.
There's no doubt about it now. This man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. The opponent's very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. You really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
The day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened.
What were you doing? I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Solid, in detail.
I told you I'm a pet stylist in training, and that's what I was doing yesterday. Training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim.
You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I would imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around you.
Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but...
Were they screaming? Heard someone. Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. Continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Salt. But I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it.
No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't really remember.
The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Tell me about the day of the incident. You really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened.
How were things in the prison? What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning?
I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid.
Time to deploy my clue. You said you heard a scream. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream.
Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is, I really don't remember.
Your memory fails you yet again. How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Soit.
How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying.
Bide my time.
Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see.
Might understand you have something of a talent for animal grooming, then?
Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me.
I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared. Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often. Oh, well, that's... No, thankfully it doesn't. A scream would certainly frighten them. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding, Mr. Sot? Tell me. Ah! I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I did really hear somebody scream, but I'm not hiding anything, I promise. Mask is finally beginning to crack. Now to shatter it completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. Afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sot. Hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. When did you hear the scream? When did you hear the scream? Oh, wait, now I remember. I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals, if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning. Now you wish to claim you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. And what are you gonna do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say. Bide my time. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed. Did it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see? Let me think. A whale? You weren't actually at the show, were you? Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you? Ah! Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Sot wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. Who did you hear screaming? Who did you hear screaming? Oh wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard. Yes. So, I didn't hear anyone screaming. No one at all. Time to deploy my clue. You weren't at any show. How long were you planning to keep up these lies? I already know that you weren't at the show. Ah! Game's up, Mr. Sot. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about the scream, now. I can't tell you what I don't know. Didn't hear any scream, not from the person who found the body. Not from the person who found the body? Bide my time. If you don't have anything to ask me, I do need to be going. A little more pro-activities. Oops. Okay. Who did you hear screaming? Deploy the clue. You weren't at any show. Fine, then we're done. Wait, it wasn't the victim who screamed? How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then why do you think it came from the person who found the body? Ah! I made a mistake, that's all! How, Mr. Sot? How did you know that it was the person who found the body who screamed? Because you're the victim, because you're the one who found the body. What did I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. The scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you. How did you... It's true, I admit it, but... What gives you the right to treat people like this? Checkmate. Yay, we're done. Now that we've established that you were the only one who found that you were the one who found the body, Mr. Sot, I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation. Right, you win. But I'm sure I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time. It's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. The decision I make is to ensure that end. Hold it! Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? A What do you mean?
We're not trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simone. Yeah, I'm gonna say Simone. Simone! That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant.
Huh.
What the K-Meister said. You need to listen to the kid more, you know? Client has requested the services of Edgeworth & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being is taking a backseat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people, so I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah?
Takes some getting used to. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Sot, I am asking you once more. What happened when you found the body?
Testimony time! Finding the corpse. I was in the workshop there by myself, practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window, and then I saw him lying there. A man not moving, dead. I coiled in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror.
Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found?
Yes, that's right. I was in workshop B.
You were there the whole day?
Yes, from 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m.
They check in on who's in the workshops during roll call, correct?
That's right.
Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m. Means that Knight's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. Okay.
Guess that means the murder took place after 7 a.m. Which puts it right around the time the show was happening. Ah, yes, the show! I remember the other prisoners going to see it.
Therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Sot?
I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear!
A clear contradiction in Mr. Sowet's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority.
Time to press everything. He was in the workshop by himself, practicing what he learned.
Hold it!
What exactly were you practicing?
How to be a pet stylist, of course! I am a model prisoner, after all.
They keep saying. Found himself in front of the door to the— How did he get there? You found yourself there? Really? How would he get out of his own workshop to do that?
That's right, and then I found myself peeking through the little window in the door.
Why did you think to do that?
Gosh, I don't know. I just found myself doing it, really.
Clearly weren't concentrating on your work then.
No, that's not true. I'm a model prisoner. It's just all the other prisoners had gone to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely. Being stuck at school after everybody else has gone home, huh? Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop and happened to peek into the window.
Hold it!
Does that mean you didn't get a good look inside?
No, I couldn't. The window was not only small, but it had bars over it, you see. Not exactly a panoramic view. They're just so the guards can check on what's going inside, right? That's right, yes. You're a very knowledgeable young lady. You bet. I guess you could say I know a little something about prisons now, too.
I'll have to remind myself to address this newfound interest later.
Anyway, yes, I peeked in through the little window in the workshop door.
Saw him lying there.
Hold it!
Did you tell right away if it was a man or a woman?
It was clearly a man. His physique, his clothes. It was also very clear that he was dead.
You could tell just by peeking through that little window.
Look, let's just say this wasn't my first dead body. What? What? You mean you're in prison for my eternal shame? Yes. This was, however, the first time I had seen another person's handiwork up close, so... You screamed!
Hold it!
You recall how exactly you screamed? Any words you might have used?
No. I only remember that I screamed.
Folks don't tend to remember much when they're busy crying out in terror, Miles.
Exactly! So yes, I screamed. That's all I remember.
Presents himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Given what he is, things couldn't have happened as he claims. Contradiction in his testimony is as clear as day. I just need to present the evidence that proves it.
Alright, he's in the workshop. How could he have found himself in front of the door to the other workshop if he was working there? Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. So is it this statement or the next one? Probably this one. We haven't saved in a bit. I gotta remember to save. Just in case it crashes, because we've had that issue before. Alright, let's try it. Objection!
Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Sawt. I'm afraid you've rather lost sight of what you are.
What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's training to be a pet stylist.
Hold it!
That's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? Bracelet that marks you as a prisoner, and therefore unable to move around as you please. We both know stepping outside the door would have sounded an alarm.
Well, that's...
There's no way you could have looked into the other workshop without leaving the room you were in.
Ah! Woo-wee! Stylishly done, Edgeworth. But doesn't this mean that Mr. Sawt couldn't have found the body then?
Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mr. Sawt himself can explain.
It's... I'm... So actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that. I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like.
By all means, go ahead.
Is he gonna say there's a hole between the two workshops? Finding the corpse part 2. It's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. How would you stretch that far? Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright.
So he's saying he was able to take a look next door because I'd kept his arm inside workshop B as he leaned out.
Please don't tell anyone about our little trick, especially not the guards. Please?
Is this it? Is this all he was hiding? Doubtful. Better dig a little deeper into his testimony just in case.
Little trick they know.
Hold it!
Tell me some more about this trick, Mr. Sawt.
Of course! It's quite simple, really.
Leave your bracelet in the door.
Hold it!
Suppose this allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom?
It does! To be honest, it's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore.
A rather surprising source of joy. But rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it?
Oh, but I am remorseful. I always am. I'm a model prisoner, after all.
I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. So you use this trick to peek through the window?
That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned out into the corridor.
That's how he was able to peek through the window.
Hold it!
Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look?
Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door. And that room was supposed to be empty, so
I thought it was strange. You went to look as soon as you heard these noises? Yes, of course! I had to see what was going on, so I went right away. Let's see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Saw just said? I don't know, man. He heard noises, he went right away. I don't know yet. I'm gonna say there aren't any yet, and we'll come back to this. No, don't see any major issues. Continue. We'll come back to that. Can you spot the dead body?
Hold it!
How much do you remember about the man you saw? Oh, I remember everything. Let's see. He had blonde hair, and his neck was covered in blood because he was dead. Yes, we know that, Mr. Sot. Thank you very much. I'm just telling you what I saw. I thought you attorneys were obsessed with the little details. Some serious venom behind those words. Yeah, Phoenix may have done a number on him. Tells me he may not have had the best experience with defense attorneys in the past. But he was able to peek into the room next door by keeping his arm inside the workshop. Was that really all he is hiding? Better dig a little deeper into his testimony. Alright, we'll call it problematic now.
Hold it!
I had to make so much of an effort, heard noises. He had to see what was going on. There is a problem. Claimed that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. You got him quaking in his boots, Mr. Edgeworth. Just saw it. Tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent, but it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it. Just tell us what you saw. Alright. It was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. A huge black dog? Sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. You know what I'm noticing right now? He only has one glove on him. He might have been in there. Beast, that awful beast, he killed him! Suddenly I don't feel so good. Jeepers creepers, that's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible! Now you know why I couldn't help but scream! But there's a man-eating dog in the prison's animal population, is there? So it claims I've seen this dog biting the victim's throat. He doesn't seem to like me very much. That really is everything, I promise! You believe me, don't you? Now, this one seems too far-fetched a lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony, if you don't mind. Very well. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright.
Hold it!
What do you remember? I remember. Okay, nope, this is... Yeah, this was the former last statement. Okay, the appended statement is the next one. I saw that black dog, his mouth clamped tight around the victim man's throat.
Hold it!
For sure, this black dog was biting the victim's throat. Yes! There was blood everywhere! That beast's mouth was dripping with it, and... Whoa! Spare us the gore details, will you? What about the victim? Was he... Eek! Don't say it! Do you really need to ask him that, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here. Don't let them fool me, they were fed. Okay, good to know. They haven't come and bothered me yet, so I didn't even realize what time it was.
wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. There's so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger. Just lifeless. Eek! Enough already, man. Why do you have to go into every little detail like that? Give you a nice and accurate testimony. That is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I said to my testimony, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Please do. It was awful, I tell you. Terrible. That is a doornail, he's sure of it. Not even the twitch of a finger. How could you see that from the little peephole, though?
Hold it!
You paint a very vivid picture. Well, I had a front row seat, I suppose. I can almost feel the agony of the poor man's final moments. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight, Mr. Edgeworth. You won't? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, and it's all your fault for pressing him for more gory details. I'll be having nightmares tonight myself. It's all so fresh in my memory. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. It featured a snowflake motif in relief. That sounds wrong, but we're gonna press it first. A snowflake motif in relief. Seemed to have a very clear memory of this ring, Mr. Sod. How could he have seen the ring? Ooh, I found my contradiction. Well, I used to go door to door selling newspaper subscriptions, you see. I had to take people in at a glance. Their appearance, their mood, that sort of thing. Figuring out who exactly you're dealing with is the first step in any sale. Except in this case, we're figuring out a corpse. What can I say? Force of habit. Wouldn't it served me very well in my sales career if I do say so myself? And so, you seem to have remembered things to an uncanny level of detail. I suppose. Nevertheless, it's true. I remember the ring, the relief and all of it. What he's saying even plausible, though? Perhaps I should take another look at the condition of the victim's body as we found it. I know what I saw, Mr. Edgeworth. My eyes don't lie. So, Knight was bitten in the throat by a dog that lives here in the prison. Not the most plausible of explanations, I have to say. Well, they do say the pets that take after their owners. But there are some things they shouldn't take after. Not if they're supposed to help reform their owners. Otherwise, what's the point of having an animal therapy program? Should probably ask Mr. Sawit a little more about this dog. We're not asking about the dog. Also saw a dog. There's a doornail. Saw a ring! Did you really see a ring? You can't see a ring in this photo of the body when we found it, so that means I have a objection! Ring with a snowflake relief. Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail. Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate. And? What's wrong with being too accurate? I mean this. Testified to having seen a ring with a snowflake design on it. Well, the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger. See? Exactly as I said. There's no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. As you can see, the victim's right hand was covered up by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier you only took a look through the window at the door. You seem to have you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Sawit. Who the heck do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot, acting like you know it all? I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. Oh, I know. The man's arm. I must have moved under the tarp when I peeked in. Nonsense. You already told us that that can't have been the case. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. He was already dead. You said it yourself that the victim was already dead, and dead men don't move, do they?
Ooh-wee, is that the stench of ode or desperation I smell? What are you hiding, Mr. Sot? Tell us. No, You're wrong! I know what I saw. Ah, there we go. I like how he threw it at Edgeworth. Couldn't let it go, could you? Had to keep poking and prodding. Slimy two-bit associate attorney! Seems the real Mr. Sot has finally revealed himself. Whoa, that's quite the rug he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat. Look, I'm just a sweet innocent witness here. Are you really? Because I must say I have doubts. Very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? I saw something that should have been impossible to see from the outside the workshop. So, how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Sot, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. You were in the workshop.
Take that!
You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring. I have evidence! Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body, anyway. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over, minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed up, paid to air rubber gloves? For fun? Put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves I was in that room with the body, the rubber glove you left behind.
Take that!
Remind me, Mr. Sot, what were you doing when you discovered the body? How many times I was practicing my pet styling techniques? Of course, and perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you. Ugh, that's... This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron. No, this one's different!
Hold it!
Yes, that one does seem to be awfully lonely, doesn't it? Hold it! It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them, all over the prison. That doesn't prove anything. Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. Tried not to do that too loud. Got our breakdown. It's over.
Objection!
Ah, hells. What the? That was a pretty rad objection, am I right? Please, Fender, now's not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Murder weapon. Motive. Murder weapon could be styling tools. Motive, though. Rocco Carcerado, an inmate and former boxer who's obsessed with training, is a pet polar bear named Teddy. Senior partner at Edgeworth and Company, former assistant to my father, also Simone Saint's attorney. Verity Gavel, a district court judge and member of the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence, who also acts as a mouthpiece. Eustace Winner, a rookie prosecutor who's taken over my cases on the committee's orders. Simone Saint, the suspect in this case, a timid young man who seems an unlikely murderer. Fifi Lagarde, a warden of the prison, an animal lover who considers physical contact to be very important. And Frank Sot, the prison inmate who first discovered the body, currently training to be a pet stylist. I'm pretty sure... Is Frank Sot not the very first... killer we prosecuted, I want to say, because I think that's probably why, that would have to be why he doesn't recognize Edgeworth if he was tried by, or if the prosecutor in that case was, Payne. He has to be from one of the first cases. Anyway, something that still doesn't make any sense. Aw man, here's a prisoner, right? And he's got one of those bracelet doohickeys on. true, so how could he have left his workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird. He should be clinging on to that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is. Pardon? What way? As in, it's the best hope our wig-flinging friend here has for getting off the hook from murder. Sorry I can't get into the crime scene with the bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet he hasn't said a peep about it. Wonder why that might be, Sound of silence, I suppose. Miss Law Priestess did preach the seances golden yesterday, too. Whoa, you sounded like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Gregory taught me that. It's part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Broken. I fell over a little while back, you see, and hit it on the floor. And after that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. See, so your bracelet is broken. Did they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there, could we have a moment? Aw, aren't you just the cutest? Meow! How can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. I'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Sweat's bracelet wasn't working at the time of the incident and could not be detected by the sensors. Of course, sir. I trust you'll take good care of it. Sweet. Bracelet sorted. Now to turn on murderer in, yeah? We don't know if he's the actual murderer yet, though. He's just highly suspect. Oh, we can't examine it. Okay. Alright. What? No, I didn't kill anybody! Whoa there, Palio. You were the only one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were there other inmates freely roaming the halls while everybody else was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body. That's all, I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went into the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, fine, I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? I was going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Hey, what are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I'd never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I'd entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. You dropped the glove in your haste, huh? Oh, sorry. And dropped the glove in your haste, huh? Found a workshop A used by Solid when he was doing his animal styling training, stained with blood and mud. Okay. I guess this is all just about hangs together. Anything smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sowit is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prisons proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Yeah, it's still pretty weird. Ooh, yeah, that one's a doozy. Also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Sowit's testimony. Dog. Dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Just saw it. Yes? What is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no, there was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he'd wanted? Yes, how did you... I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into the Black Dog yesterday, but this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up at a place like this is unbelievable, but... where is this person's cell?
You're going to see him? Who are we talking about here? Him! He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special. Gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I'll say is, if you value your life, you'll stay away from him. What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? The big cheese, huh? Well, I, for one, definitely value my life, so that sucks. They keep him in maximum security. Which is... over there. Oh, that door's open right now. Maximum security. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently. Alright. Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already. Let's just say he's a highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And, that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Well, Mousy, can you think of anything you care to share? Or are you going to leave Kay and I in the dark here, too? Mystery man in maximum security. An old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there, too. It's not Von Karma, is it? That'd be fucked up. Can't believe you found out about my bracelet. I was expecting you to show a little more remorse. Huh? Oh! Well, of course, I'm very remorseful, yes. Anyway, shouldn't you be, on your way to maximum security? Word of warning, but I suggest you be on your best behavior from now on. Of course! I won't be stepping out of line again. If I needed a reminder from the likes of you, I might also consider using your best words, too, Mr. Sot. Ooh, let's talk about max security. I wonder how extra the maximum security cells are. I'm sure it's extra secure and all, but maybe it has things like a red carpet and a super soft sofa and a fancy bed. The works. All for a VIP inmate. Yeah, I could get used to that. Calm down, Kay, and we'll find out what we're dealing with soon enough. Who, if I'm very much not mistaken. Hello? Hey, you there! Is it true? What true? A broken bracelet thing, cause I want one too, you hear? Break the rules even now from behind bars. No, it ain't like that! I just want to hang out with the animals is all. Not a crime to be an animal lover, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Bullshit. I mean, it's not a crime, but bullshit that that's all he wants to do. Making sure nobody has anything new to say. Cat though! It's cat. Aww, what a possum kitty! Please, Kay, I'd appreciate it if you could just stick to using normal words. Right, a little buddy like her, life in prison wouldn't be so bad. What am I thinking? I can't get locked up for real. Perhaps I'd better give her a meowment to get this cat speak out of her system. You did it too! Been a bit. Alright, here we go. March 28th, 12:41 p.m. Prison. Maximum security. Who do we think this is? God, I hope it's not Von Karma, but I'm not sure who else would be prison royalty. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you say that the Yatagarasu takes flight, even in the dead of night or something? According to you. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Whoa, you are one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. Dog. Eek! Hi, dog. Ooh.
Mr. Edgeworth. That voice, I knew it. It's been far too long. Remember me? Who is it? I can hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. Alright, which one of our former enemies is this?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you talking to that dog?
No! Or is there someone else in there? Still can't see a dang thing. Oh, but I am forgetting myself. Forgive me. I do not often receive visitors. One moment, I will turn on the lights. You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all?
Who is this?
Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Canis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances.
I'm looking him up. Ace Attorney Canis. Major. Okay, nope, I don't see anything about him from previous games. Just off like quick one-liners from Google. So I'm gonna not read more because I don't want to spoil myself.
Canis was a notorious assassin.
Oh!
Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound, fearsomely sharp knife.
Oh.
His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me? You know I am here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another.
Now why the dog hates him?
Suspicion of murder. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, yes it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog. He's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I assume?
Nope.
So it's anything but trustworthy. He's still very much a suspect himself. Can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. I know then. I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmut. Yes. It figures that he already knew who our witness is.
I need to show you my badge because I need to show it to everybody.
Very well. You wish to water the flowers of the earth with the blood of your veins. What a noble request. I will gladly see to its fulfillment. Thank you not to ascribe such a morbid meaning to the proof of my profession.
Can I show you the body?
I'd like to ask you about this, if I may. Ask me of killing, Mr. Edgeworth, and you will have more success. Or is this a hint, perhaps? A clue as to who you wish to eliminate? No, it isn't, and you know it.
Alright, stop showing him shit. Alright, what's your alibi?
What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Canis? During the show, you mean? I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I've developed a passion for wood carving, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby. Can't believe someone would actually let you. Why are there chess pieces here? Why are there chess pieces here? That's a monstrous looking one right here. Open, open, open. These are chess pieces, seen the ones you haven't noticed. Yeah, these are black and white. Yeah. Got that glint in her eye. It's weird that it gave me that dialogue again. I mean, they all look the same and pretty consistent. They don't look off. They're definitely wooden. The warden and I have an understanding. Understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed 1, let alone 5 chisels. Nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane. Whoa, that must have taken forever. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces such as these, chess pieces. Cerberus. Didn't know you played chess. Did Knight play chess with him? You play too, do you not, Prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me? Though you may find my game rather rudimentary. It only began after my arrival here, I am afraid. It's that piece. Dog with 3 heads. Ah, yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I've always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with the regular pieces. Can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Knight was one of them. They played chess together. Correspondence chess, then. Sharing moves by post. Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although I've yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Par for Fun by Canis. He also seems to be engaged in correspondence chess via postal mail. Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. Talk about the victim. Suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. Keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. You mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one, a crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, did Mr. Knight? Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Why did they increase the charges on Knight? The only person who tried to... Could it be Are they attempting to cover up the President's Wang fake assassination scheme? Whoa, whoa, whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the Bronxster didn't actually have a pop at the Prez? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. I mean, you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? Would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away. And swapped in that wiener kid to put... Called him a wiener. It's true, he is one. And swapped in that wiener kid to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this night, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination. It would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for a certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmut, yes it is, yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, Von Karma was kind of that problem. No bastion of truth, huh? Heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. Oh yeah, I remember him. Last game. Ah, Lang. You're not twisting the truth behind these closed courtroom doors too, are ya? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Even Helmut understands, don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court, and your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicion in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air. Not those two again. Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gavel. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed. Winter, Gavel, and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon but couldn't find anything. Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? So its testimony's flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Canis on. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmut will show you out. Good boy, Helmut. Go on now. So there's definitely like a door. Oh yeah, that's the helmet door that lets him go in and out. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Oh, let's get out of here. Come on. Till next time, Mr. Canis. It does pain me that our brief time must end just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Bye. March 28th, 1:12 p.m. Prison corridor. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Did the monkey hide the murder weapon? They searched the cells, but they did not search the monkey rock. That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's alright, Kay, you can come down now. Where's Fender?
He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast.
Fender.
So, what do we do now?
You and I will continue the investigation. I know just where to start. Solving that one particular mystery that's been dogging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. But how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Start by investigating the holding cells.
And Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender?
Sure, he'll find us when he's ready.
Sure, but he is kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well.
March 28th, 1:34 p.m. Detention center. Corridor. The victim's cell is just over there.
Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
I've just about had it!
Who's that?
Oh, sorry, that's her. Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No! And I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. Killer for hire? Shelley?
Oh!
Couldn't help overhearing Warden Lagarde, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Canis?
My, you were listening. How very gauche of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know.
Oh, we're talking about Canis, not Shelley. Okay, Shelley's in the wind. You normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself?
Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete with everyone, you see. That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once.
Your office? These are probably officer offices, probably her office. So if Knight went in here, he could have gone out this way.
How sweet! He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anybody wander in willy-nilly.
Let's see, that would put it right around here.
Oh, hers is there? Then what the fuck is the blue space? It's a wonderful room, if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden in the yard? Ooh la la!
What's the yard then?
Yard? If it's anything like the rest of the place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see?
Building layout updated.
Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable.
That's a rather steep price to pay.
Oh, but just listen to me chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Allie's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying.
Allie.
The sweetest little dear in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings.
Wanted to ask her more about Canis, but she dominated that conversation from start to finish. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? March 28th, 1:43 p.m. Detention Center. Holding cell. So, this is Knight's cell. When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth? Would have had to been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. Then at some point he wound up in the prison proper. But how? There must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction.
Alright, let's get looking, Mr. Edgeworth. Did he just go to the show and then sneak away?
They invited everyone. Reflected in the mirror is...
A security camera! A great thief's greatest enemy! Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest.
That might be entirely deliberate. Okay. Guard. I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir!
Get her the scene? Okay. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. Life as a pet stylist, understanding animal emotions. You'll laugh tomorrow, an anthology. Making money while serving time. Second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll laugh tomorrow, an anthology. Understanding animal emotions. Life as a pet stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye. I'm pretty sure these books come with the cell.
Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. Second chance at life, interviews with a former prisoner. Books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates.
Oh, I like the looks of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, making money while serving time.
Cell team may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought.
Ooh, what's a menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth?
It seems that those held in detention centers are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. They can afford it, that is.
Money makes the world go round, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees?
Well, okay. Bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact.
You're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard a time as everybody else? Ugh.
How did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system?
Hey, look at this weird piece of paper.
Some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look.
Next move, bishop go to b2. Next rook, no. Pawn to g6? This is a game of chess.
Grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose.
What's a chess diagram?
Visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? Seems to be a closely fought contest. Perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait.
Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. It's no time to be playing games.
Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It's from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. So perhaps it'll be wise to take another look at the evidence in my position.
Aha!
Yep, it's this one. Hold on. Related to this, he was the other player, as we thought.
Eureka!
This chess game, I've seen it before.
Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus!
I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the chess set that we saw in Mr. Candace's cell. But I don't really know what the rules of chess are, so...
Rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Countess's cell with these. Do you notice anything?
I don't know which piece is which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares.
Exactly. Indeed. There's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical.
And what does that tell us?
Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight?
Could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Canis had a connection to the victim.
Alright, cool.
Getting somewhere. The bowl is nice and spotless, and there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here.
What? Are you serious?
Why? What's wrong?
There's no door! There's not even a curtain! Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about people who have to live here.
I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout, so they don't do anything fishy. Standard barred window, no signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here.
Aha, must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, if you fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out.
Hey, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape. Let's scour the scene. Yep, alright. What's up with this? Something different about this spot here.
Part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something?
Weird. Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though? Must be the knight's suit jacket.
I've been doing some research of my own.
Oh, what have you discovered?
I discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry! Guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list.
Please stop.
Hey look, this newspaper's got a chunk of it missing.
Right, a few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why?
Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell but didn't have a cleaning cloth?
Not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? Bed doesn't look very comfortable. The pillow cover is very clean. Spotless, in fact.
I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you?
No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type. Oh, bed frame. I mean, I guess we should connect the dots now. All we got. Alright, so he probably used newspaper to wipe the floor. We just don't know why. Part of the floor has been wiped clean.
Maybe he spilled some grape juice?
Who knows, but we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. Torn out pages of that newspaper.
Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though?
Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. Okay. There are signs that the floor in the victim's detention center holding cell was wiped clean. Think we've about exhausted this cell? We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canis and the victim.
This is bad, sir!
Is that the guard?
The security camera footage, sir! I watched it and...
Can you show it to us?
Yes, sir! I have a small playback monitor with me.
What are you waiting for? Let's see it. What's that?
That black thing, it's that dog, right?
Till now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location, in his cell. dog can go anywhere it wants, so it could have very well just dragged his ass through the doors and into the workshop. But why? Right here in this detention center, and the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis's dog. It's just the evidence we need. Footage of a detention center holding cell showing the victim being attacked by a dark form. And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. Knight's cell was the crime scene. Which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? The rope? It was used to drag him? Ooh, sorry, my eyes watery.
Take that!
Yes, this piece of evidence now means, nope, not the rope. Very quiet all of a sudden. Fine, Kay. So I'm overthinking this. If Knight was in fact killed here in his cell... Body is covered in dirt. The fact that his body was... They used the rope and the tarp to drag him. I don't know what they want me to get at, though. Well, we just gotta try some different things. Yes, this piece of evidence now means... Nope, okay, nope. This? The white floor? The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. That something had been his blood? I'm just like, where do you want me to go with this? We kind of have an idea of what happened, but it's like figuring out which piece the game wants you to think about first. Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood. To report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir! There's signs that the floor in the victim's cell was wiped clean. I've ordered a test to see if it was blood. Now we can really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth? No, not yet. Still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper. Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. March 28th, 2:15 p.m. Detention Center. Corridor. This is going much longer than I thought it would. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Leg? Thanks for the tour. Later. What are you doing here? Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. Whoa!
Yanoko coming in with a party of 2. Hello, hello, welcome on in, Raiders. What Hoyo game are y'all up to today? Let's see what you were playing. Wee! Genshin Impact, how was your Genshin? How was your Genshin? How did it go? Did you do all the Gamba? Chad, did he win the Gamba? Mid-pack? I don't know what that means. Did he win his Gamba? Did an event and won the Gamba. Yes! Good job. Very proud of you. Clap, 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 clap. Good job. Glad you won the Gamba. I'm Sparkling Parfait. Ooh, I know how to pronounce my own name. I'm Sparkling Parfait, and we are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. This guy is from the first game. He is a Interpol officer. He doesn't like us very much, but he's a good guy. We just gotta win him over. We're currently investigating the murder of our killer from the first case, so, you know, mid is mid. Okay. I don't know what that means. So our killer in the first case is now the victim in the second case because, you know, shenanigans happen. And right now we're suspecting that a dog did it under the orders of an assassin that is being held in the maximum security part of this prison. So, you know, there's some shit going down. And Edgeworth is not being a prosecutor right now. We're pretending that we're basically interns at a defense attorney's office. It's a little complicated. It's like a 0.05 patch in 14. Oh, okay. Contents in between major story beats. Got it, got it, got it. That makes sense. Okay, I see, I understand. That's just like a little bit of story. A little tiny bit of story for you. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, so we're investigating as defense attorneys because we're not allowed to be prosecutors right now. Took us off the case because they're trying to do a whole cover-up conspiracy thing. Reasons. Conspiracies, y'all. That's the name in the game in the Edgeworth games. There was a big old conspiracy last time and we're finding another one here. Anyway, Lang's cool. I'm sure he'll help us get to the bottom of this unwillingly. His name's all question marks though, even though we got his name earlier in an Edgeworth flashback. It's like our first time talking to him this case that they gave him the question mark treatment. Anyway. I might need a break in a little bit because I got more water. Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. Hey, you know what helps if I'm actually on the game? I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shilong Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. Thought he had gone home to Zhengfa after that, but here he is. You have some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. First a black hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait! Why are you all alone today? That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple days back. Ah, he means the incident with the president of Zhengfa. Actually, I had thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Ha! Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream of the crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? What happened? What? They're not. It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. You okay? Oh, he seemed not okay. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. What happened? Yes, and I would very much like to know why, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. That's a question. We're gonna put a pin in that and come back to that later. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. Or what if I don't do that?
The door to the observation room.
Observation? You mean, are they always watching us? Or maybe they're just watching you and laughing at all the weird stuff you do.
Weird stuff? A perfectly normal person who does only perfectly normal things, I'll have you know. Rude, Kay, rude. Security gate that can detect mental objects.
Am I the only one who gets a little nervous when I have to go through one of these? It's the same whenever I see a cop. I know I've done nothing wrong, but I still get anxious.
Maybe because you go around calling yourself a great thief.
Did I talk to her? Oh yeah, let's talk to her. Notice anything? I figured it out, Mr. Edgeworth! I found the flaw in the security to this place.
Oh? Go on, do enlighten me.
Well, you might think there's nowhere to hide around here with all the people watching you 24/7, but if you know where to look, there are plenty of places where you can give the guards a slip. By sticking to those blind spots, anyone can make it.
Going to pretend I didn't hear any of that just now. There's no need to pretend I have no interest in those numerous hiding places themselves. Keep my eyes and ears peeled if I'm to learn anything more about them.
Talk about Lang. Lang looked kind of lonely without all his guys, huh?
Yes, something must have happened back in Jingfa. Still, he has chosen his path as we have chosen ours.
I guess so. And step one on that path involves solving this case. Then, once we're done, let's go put a smile back on old Wolfie's face.
I'll think about it. Or I would if I knew where to find him.
Alright. I know it wants me to talk to them, but we're gonna do that last.
I need to snoop. An assortment of trophies in here.
Just once I want to give someone a trophy.
What sort of award would a great thief hand out?
Greatest rope escape, of course! Oh, but if I entered the contest, I guess I'd just turn into me handing the trophy to myself.
I'd worry more about finding a venue willing to host such an event. Like there are offices down this way.
No entry, though, according to the sign. Don't they know that telling people not to do stuff just makes them want to do it more? It's human nature.
I would argue that it's the ability to resist such urges that make us human.
Alright, I guess we can talk to them now. Alright, you first, buddy. Aw, man, I'm in so much trouble.
What's the matter? You seem perturbed.
Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere?
Where in the world did that idea spring from?
Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Stolen from a guard's locker in the detention center or corridor on March 26th. Okay. Oops. Nope, I wasn't trying to talk to you. I actually wanted to just pull up my evidence. I want to look at the footage one more time.
Well, let me watch it!
Boo. Because the clothes seemed weird. Oh, hold on. What's he wearing? I guess it could have been fine. Collared shirt, the pocket, yep. Alright, maybe. Maybe we're okay. Still. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently?
That thing? No way! If I had, I'd...
Let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here.
Oh, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something?
Oh no, okay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. Sound of it, Candace's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors. Hey, hey, hey! Are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Bender, you're back! Bender, where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely... What a word. Lonely through these prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you.
But the prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. Scared of the dog.
So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très intéressant. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. Incident. Simone told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they'd wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. Just one guard and he was handcuffed, obvs. They'd made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when Bronxster clobbered him. Knocked the poor guy out cold. Interesting. What? Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit that fires the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in a cell and turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. He turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. Guard who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is, he's still there. Though there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. The guard was attacked and his keys, including the one to Knight's cell, were stolen. They have yet to be recovered. Want to bet that they are in one of the wood-carved statues of Canis' cell? What the? It's you losers! That's all we need. Who is it? Oh, it's these idiots. Alright, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy, listen. Miles here's working with me now as an associate. Nonsense! You're just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart! Does he mean farce? I think he means farce. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Cavell! Great to see you again. I know who you are. You're Simone Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Oh, she's gonna smack him. Or not. I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Are we gonna get in trouble for this? Because last time we were really adamant about, like, don't get caught pretending to be Phoenix and wearing his badge. That was a problem. Are we gonna get in trouble for this?
Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of the Edgeworth & Co.
But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? Not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly what he said. Miles here's just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve. Yeah, I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Cavell, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for which Simone Saint's arrest. That information's on a need. Oh, this guy's gonna step in some shit. But she's definitely the big bad, right? Like some kind of corruption going on with the cover-up in them. Surely. Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Cavell. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine, do as you suggest. Now if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There'll be no need for that. Oh crap, here we go. Now, There'll be no need for that. Eustace, we should... Not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he is going to run rings around me. I meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. Winner kid's a real loser. And I will, so badly that your ears will still be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. We're gonna grill this kid so bad. Reason for arrest. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple, simple. I found evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly incontrovertible, conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost for words in face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? Said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking. Here we go. We're gonna press everything. I do want to know. Really, I do. Just checking, but you do know who it was that you arrested, correct? Eh? Is this some kind of joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was Simone Saint. Good to know he remembers that much, at least. Yeah, especially considering Fender couldn't remember the name of his client, which is awkward. Rock solid grounds. Do tell. Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed. Hold on, I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me. Evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace. Damning is right, and it was on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. We found evidence of him all over that thing, whatever that thing is. Evidence of him was all over that thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hoped you could put two and two together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simone Saint. We know that because we know that Simone brought him the chess set by his request. It was given to him. Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers. And congratulations once again, Eustace. This is the flimsiest piece of evidence. Holy shit. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do. Mr. Saint's fingerprints were all right there, all over the victim's chess set.
Hold it!
You weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. Rude. Fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then that chess set was... Should take another look at the evidence.
Hold it!
Alright, his incontrovertible proof. The only incontrovertible fact here, that you don't know how to give a proper testimony. What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Perhaps I could be so bold as to offer some additional details? The only fingerprints found at the scene belong to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll agree that Mr. Saint's were the only prints that had no business being there.
No, they had every business being there, actually.
Yes, exactly! Now, do you get it, Edgeworth? Do, but I'm not so sure about you.
There are other prints belonging to the victim and the guards, so only Mr. Saints were out of place. No, they weren't.
There were other prints at the crime scene. Shouldn't those people be suspects too?
Other people? I don't think so.
Why not?
Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chess set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there, despite the fact they had no business being there.
Exactly, which means Mr. Saint was,
Saint is neither a prisoner nor a guard. Therefore, he should not have been able to enter the prison. Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for an arrest, no?
Why are you people in charge?
Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Gavel. We're too kind.
That's why people don't trust the justice system. It's you two. He says he's a wiener.
Saw it first. I suppose you can prove that?
I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was a lightning-fast deductive leap. What more evidence do you need?
Well, you haven't given any evidence at all so far, fact.
You don't get it, do you? Well, don't worry. We can't all be born winners.
Not sure I even want to get whatever it is he's talking about.
A winner's education for parsing every single one of Eustace's statements. Oh my god.
Well, that was that. Oh, kind of vague and really hard to follow. Indeed, perhaps I'd better start by teaching him how to properly express himself. Don't hold back. Yeah.
Fingerprints were right there all over the victim's chest set. Victim and the guards, only Mr. Saints were out of place. No, they weren't. Shit, I didn't mean to press that. I meant to present evidence. Shit. Hold on. We got this.
Guy's a clown.
They brought a circus, but they forgot their clown. They left him behind.
It was brought to him at his request.
By Saint. Objection! No, not the statement. Shit. Already contradicted yourself there.
No. The only contradiction I see are in Mr. Edgeworth's own baseless claims.
Oh, shut the fuck up. How do I get you to cooperate with me? Didn't keep covering him, I'd be able to get to the truth.
Winner wins again.
Did I press this already? I had to have, because it gave me the achievement. But there's a reason for it.
One night cell were stolen, they've yet to be recovered.
We know what the issue is. The issue is that, like, this is a baseless accusation because Saint's the one who brought him the fucking chess set. We just gotta figure out where they want us to present what. Alright, let's give this a go.
Objection!
Ah, there we go.
So, the fingerprints on the chess set, are the ace up your sleeve?
The what up my what? Oh. Yes, the test set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual.
Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simone Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. Took a while to sink in. Conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature.
Premature?
The incident took place here, within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint.
Oh!
But
I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And I think you were the one accusing me of being hasty.
you can only just work out what that word means.
Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all! You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was...
Eustace? Judge Cavell.
But at Cavell, I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may... While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it? Yes, of course! That well-remembered Cavell!
What did they think, the murder weapon?
Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested?
Let's just say, you won't be disappointed.
Judge Cavell deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? A cover-up!
Whereabouts of the murder weapon? Let's go.
Fact 1, the murder weapon was some sort of metal blade.
Why did they think that? How would a metal blade get in here?
Fact 2, potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded the weapon in question must have come from the outside.
Metal blades are so controlled, are they? Then why does this fucker have so many fucking wood carvers?
It must have been hidden inside the chess set, and that's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought in the weapon and used it, wouldn't you?
Are you trying to say that he fucking stabbed himself? Because that's just weird. Nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last.
Another winning deduction brought to you by winner Eustace, Prosecutor Extraordinaire.
People who say there are inspector extraordinaires or something extraordinaires usually tend to not be. More like one winner, useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me.
But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set?
Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves?
Inside the chessboard? But there's only one way to find out. Did I miss something with this? Nothing in here but chess pieces.
Yeah.
That laugh is really something.
I'm pretty convinced the weapon was hidden here somewhere. Better take a closer look. What? Stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door.
Well, there's plenty of room in there.
Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife.
Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by... Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you?
Even if he brought in a knife using the chess set, how would he have been able to use it on the victim? Because he would be in the visitor's room, which has a big glass wall. Can't do anything to him. And there's also a camera in there and he's closely monitored. They don't actually let them meet and touch, if I remember correctly. I mean, we were just in there, so... Fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner. Perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate.
Huh? I mean, yeah, and... Security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember?
Aha! Yes! Yes, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. Which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner.
That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guard have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Capable of detecting items made of metal. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It is my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. See how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we? Right weapon with some sort of metal blade. How do you know that? Metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this?
Huh! You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third rate? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt.
Is it though? It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information.
Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know.
Blades are controlled, yep. The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden.
Well, no, I mean some of the prisoners use scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of inquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Yes, only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found.
I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Sawit was using.
There's no way a blade in question came from the prison.
What about the wood carving tools? He thinks it came from the outside. Outside? What does that mean exactly?
Huh! The opposite of inside, you numbskull!
That an attempt at clarification or a put down, because it clearly accomplished neither.
What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you hadn't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought!
I hate this kid. Feeling is mutual, believe me.
Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is how?
Hidden in the chest set. But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner, do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be?
Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison.
Is there a problem with this claim? Let's say there is. He hid it somewhere inside the prison? That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that it's not the case. But evidence suggests the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison. Hey, you guys already looked for it.
Take that!
Starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Ward and Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? It was satisfying to see him get smacked by his own thing.
Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all.
Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie?
Stop making fun of me! Eustace? Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworth? Rude! He'll get under my skin. That's so rude! Thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Key Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you two, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously. What you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them.
But they still have to pass through it to get out.
Take that!
More memory trouble, Mr. Winner. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said.
Are you making fun of me again?
Oh, so you remember what I said. Perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this.
What's that?
Bro!
Wait, does he seriously not remember?
It certainly seemed that way. It's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to pass through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors.
Oh wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back.
So as you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there's no way the murder weapon could have left the building.
Ugh! In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be?
It's still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn.
But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything.
Because you are never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you are laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for.
Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime?
Take a look at this, Judge Cavell, and the weapon used in this case will become clear.
Would you like to see my security footage? Have fun!
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourselves and see.
What? But how?
This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it certainly is significant.
Now we know that Knight was, in fact, killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork, after all.
That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Cavell.
You are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises an important new question. Question that I suspect you also have been asking yourself.
Right, there is one major problem with my version of the events.
The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh. How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth?
Truth is, I don't know yet.
Heh, of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You don't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned.
But, wait, still so much to explore.
Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom.
We're not in a courtroom! Never in session in the first place.
Once again, this court is...
Objection!
You may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint.
What do you mean?
Just as we don't know yet how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells. You can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed so far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. It's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavel, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simone Saint was able to enter the prison.
You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Hardly irregular, but very well.
What? You actually have something?
Now seems like as good a time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case.
What's she building up to here?
Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living. So allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer.
Oh shit, was he part of the circus troupe? Fuck!
He is a circus performer.
What?
Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus. Don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
Important in what way exactly? Big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume. As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as a part of that show. Fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt.
No! She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. I run my own theory, and only afterward did she use it to reveal the truth. Put out Gavel, I have him right where I want him.
Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
Must be why she steered him on to a different topic back then, too. I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? Oh my god, I'm gonna punch this dude in the face. Nothing to do with you.
Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth, your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason.
What are you trying to say?
That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again.
Not a threat.
The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense.
Thank you for your concern, but I do not abandon anything. When I start, I finish.
Well, do try and remember that the two jobs are not one and the same, and that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. Simone lied to us.
Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, you're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Mousy boy? Sure, Judge Gavel is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost.
An offense never rests, as a wise man once said, and that goes for associates too. Don't worry, Fender, I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false, which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. To be continued. Definitely saving. And we will continue this next time. Let me out of here, game. Let me out. Please? Hello? Oh my god, you can type faster. Alright. That's gonna do it for us for the evening. I'm out of tea and thirsty and also hungry, so I need to do something else. Let's go take a look at twitch.tv. My friend's on. I wonder if anyone else is playing Ace Attorney, actually. Let's go say hi to Warlock. Warlock was a friend of the stream. And I see that he's doing some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, so I think that'll be a good place to go. But this was a wild ride. We got to see some recurring characters. We saw, return characters. We saw Sawit. We saw Lang. And I'm sure there's going to be many more. And we got to learn more about Edgeworth and his dad and what happened to the law firm. So I think that's really cool. I'm looking forward to continuing this, and we will do so probably next week. There might be a visitor in town, but we'll see what happens. But we will continue this very soon. So let's go over here. Thank you all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you everybody who came by today. Ashenmore, Neonako, thank you again for the raid. Skunk, DJmon, anybody, other chatters that I may have missed, lurkers, future VoD watchers. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, Ace Attorney's always a grand time, but very, very tiring, so we can't go super long on these like we could with Yakuza. Keep going on that forever. Next stream will be probably not tomorrow. It seems like we got some stuff to do tomorrow and some cleaning we couldn't get to today. So I don't think we're gonna end up doing anything tomorrow. There's still a small possibility, but it's very unlikely. And then Monday we will be doing Deep Dungeon. We gotta reset our file. So that's the plan. Thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I will see you all on Monday then. I hope for now, I hope you guys have a great weekend. And yeah, holidays, y'all. Take care. Bye bye.